Hey everyone, Stacy here. Welcome to my channel or welcome back. So today we're going to dive into November and see what energies that are going to be available to us for the month ahead. Now, before I dive into all 12 signs, I just want to take a quick opportunity to thank each and every one of you for liking my content, liking my videos, sharing out my content, and subscribing to my YouTube channel. I really, truly appreciate the love and the support. So I'm sending that back to you tenfold, my friends. So thank you so much for the love. Also, just a quick reminder, keep in mind these are general readings. So I don't want you to make any life-shattering, life-altering moves based on these videos that you find on YouTube. I do highly recommend, and I'm not doing a plug or an upsell here, I highly recommend that you connect with an astrologer that you resonate with or that resonates with you on a personal level before you take those big leaps of faith, my friends. So just my 2 cents there. But anyway, keep in mind they're general readings. I do use a whole sign house system. I also use Western tropical astrology as well. So again, it may not resonate with each and every one of you, but my hope is you can at least take away some nuggets for the month ahead. Even if all you know is your sun sign, that is okay too, because the sun does represent our health and well-being and vitality. It is part of our soul's intention to what we are here to do in this lifetime. And it's also based on the career as well. So with that said, you can definitely watch for your rising sign if you do know your time of birth, but if you don't, that's okay. You can certainly watch for your sun sign as well, or any other planet placement or point that you have in that respective sign to pull all the energy and information together for you for the month ahead. And of course, if you'd like to work with me one-on-one, I'd be happy and very grateful to do so and help you with whatever questions you may have, even if it's just a simple one as the transits or what is coming up for you in 2026, for example. You can get in touch with me on my website, and I'll be sure to put the link to that in the description box below. Also, just a reminder, down in the description box, I do have timestamps, so you can certainly jump around here. And also I have other links to my other videos if you want to check those out as well. So just some really quick overall highlights for the month ahead. Now, for those of you that like the day-to-day sort of breakdown of the astrology, I do have sort of a snapshot on the left-hand side here. I know you guys, it's not fancy pants. It's kind of like the biggest I could make it for now anyway. But as you can tell, there's a lot of transits this month, or I should say connections, where planets are speaking to other planets. I'm going to talk about this month, or I should say I'm going to focus on the water trine that technically started in October, and it's going to continue into this month. All of that pile up of planets in Scorpio that's going to eventually move into Sagittarius. We have Saturn and Neptune back in Pisces. We have Jupiter in Cancer. So I'm going to focus on this month talking about that grand water trine and sort of what areas of life are being highlighted. But what I'm being reminded of now is trine energy is hit or miss. Like a square, you're going to feel. You know, a conjunction, I think you're going to feel. Even a sextile, it's an opportunity aspect. So trines, though, are easy, harmonious, flowing energy. I'll give you a really simple example. You know, you're rushing to work one day and you hit all the green lights. I know that's happened to me, and I'm just like, wow, I got to work in like 10-15 minutes, and it normally takes me a half an hour. You have a day at work that just flows, like everything's flowing, the conversations are flowing, the technology's flowing, or you make a pitch to a client and you're like, you know what, I think I nailed that. Or an interview, or going on a date, or meeting someone new, and the conversation just flows, and it's just, there's no obstacles. Unfortunately, us humans, we focus on what's not going well, what's not working in our lives. So we don't really notice the blessings that naturally come to us every single day. That is what reminds me of a trine. So some of you will feel this energy and some of you won't, but I certainly will go through it in all 12 signs. But just keep that at the back of your mind in case, you know, you're thinking at the end of the month, well, nothing happened to me. But try to reflect on the positives versus the negatives. And I can appreciate that. The negatives, the not so good things that happen to us on a daily basis or a weekly basis, yeah, trust me, they stick in your mind more, don't they? Versus the, just a simple conversation with a parent that lights you up, or a sibling that lights you up, or a loved one, or getting to know a neighbor better, or whatever the case may be. It's kind of those conversations we don't remember sometimes unless we gut check ourselves. But anyway, I don't want to preach about that, but I kind of wanted to try to explain this incredible energy that has been with us since middle of October. And thankfully, it is going to be with us until the end of November. We will need it this month because we do have some sharp conjunctions here. I'm thinking about Mercury and Mars. I will get to that in a second, but in short snapper language, I would say we got to watch our words. We have to watch our intentions this month because sometimes they might be a little bit too harsh and a little bit too sharp. Great for sales this month, you guys. If you're in sales or marketing, or again, if you're a business owner, an entrepreneur, my goodness, put yourself out there, my friends, because you will gain that traction. Also, the Scorpio house is being really highlighted this month. We're going to go through that as well. Okay, enough of my nattering. But anyway, there's the mundane transits. If you want to take a screenshot, we're definitely going to cover the full moon and the new moon this month. I love the new moon this month, you guys, in Scorpio. We'll touch on that. Well, even the full moon in Taurus, what am I thinking? It is making an aspect, a lovely aspect to the nodes. And what are the nodes? Fate, destiny, fortune, finding its way to us in some way, shape, or form. It's that silver lining sometimes with the nodes of the moon. And the new moon in Scorpio is very extremely active. First of all, it's in Scorpio, one of the most deep, intense, I'm hearing psychological and spiritual, but also they want to get to the depths of a situation. There's no surface level with Scorpio, and I think we can all appreciate that to some degree or to some level. But this new moon in Scorpio is making a connection to Pluto, Mercury retrograde, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus. So we'll definitely talk about this active new moon, which is technically a new beginning that could be starting for each and every one of us on or around the 20th of the month. Okay, let's quickly look at, we have quite a bit of back and forth happening this month with the stations here. So Mercury, yes, is retrograde for most of the month. But what's interesting about this retrograde is it's happening between 6 degrees of Sag, and he's backing up to 20 degrees of Scorpio. If you know your chart, great. If you don't, just bear with me for a second here. But if you know your chart, look at 6 degrees of Sag back to 20 degrees of Scorpio. Do you have anything, even an angle, like the start of a house, like a cusp of a house between these angles? This Mercury retrograde is going to be very, very important to all of us, but especially to those of you that have any planets, placements, points in between that little degree range, I should say. And then actually, let's quickly talk about Mercury in Sag and Scorpio really quick here. So Mercury in Sagittarius is very direct, blunt, to the point. It can get preachy. Think of a preacher, think of a religious figure, or it can be very philosophical. Think of the educator. Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, so it's like go big or go home type of energy. But I love Mercury in Sag, or if you have a stellium in Sag, I notice these individuals have a great sense of humor, very, very, very sarcastic. Like, it's very hilarious people, Mercury in Sag individuals. Not about the details, not too much about the details when Mercury's in Sagittarius. In his home sign of Gemini, so across the street in Gemini, yeah, he's at home there. So he's all about the dirty details. But when he's in Sag, he can't really function too well in Sag, so he doesn't want to do the details. So don't bombard. The details might go by the wayside when Mercury goes into Sagittarius. Now, when Mercury goes back into Scorpio, so as I'm speaking now, we do have Mercury in Scorpio. So we're in this energy right now. But again, he'll be going back and forth. So Mercury in Scorpio, similar energy to Sag, direct, blunt, to the point, very sharp, very intelligent. They can also be about the details, but it's more so about asking the right questions. I also notice Mercury in Scorpio is about speaking to get a reaction or a response, whether it's conscious, intentional, or unconscious. So when Mercury goes back into Scorpio, actually, as I'm recording this, the final week of October, he is in shadow. So something from October might be coming back around at the end of November into December that we need to revise, redo, reassess. And again, think deep. Mercury is the communicator. It's how we connect with others. It's how we digest and chew on information. It's how we learn too, even as a child. It kind of taps into our educational mindset because it is the planet of almost like elementary schooling. Not saying it doesn't represent higher education, but it sort of shares that with Jupiter as well. But anyway, Mercury in Scorpio is very sharp, very intelligent, very probing, and almost like investigator, detective type of mode. And again, getting to the bottom of a situation. So this might not be a bad retrograde to try to figure something out. If you find that you've been left hanging by a person, place, or thing or situation, it's going to be a good opportunity for us to go over old ground and really get to the bottom of a situation or why something possibly happened in October or November. But anyway, so that's a little bit about Mercury in those two types of energies. We're going to talk about those two houses as well, where Mercury is going back and forth. Now, Jupiter is doing its first retrograde in Cancer as well. So this is starting on the 11th. Again, I have everything on the slide here, you guys, if you're wondering about specific dates. The times, just keep in mind, I'm in Eastern time zone, so the same as Toronto, New York, just to kind of give you a heads up there. I wouldn't worry about the times. It's more so about the approximate days. But yes, Jupiter hopped into Cancer June of 2025. This is his first retrograde, and then he'll go direct, I believe, in the springtime, I think March approximately. So this is our first retrograde. Now Jupiter is going to be turning that energy internal. We're going to be internalizing something, and again, reassessing, redoing something in this area of life, in the Cancer area of our life. And again, I have a separate video, you guys, about Jupiter in Cancer. If you want to learn more about that, check out the links in the description box below. Now we have Saturn stationing direct. The crazy thing is, I thought Saturn just went retrograde, so I'm clearly like behind the times here. But Saturn actually went retrograde back in July of this year. So he is direct. And by the way, he went retrograde at 1 degrees of Aries. So again, check your charts. 25 degrees of Pisces to 1 degrees of Aries is where Saturn is going to be going back and forth here. But this is his final movement forward. He will not be coming back to Pisces for another 29 years. So Saturn is wrapping up a larger cycle and a larger story that started way back in March of 2023. So anyway, he's going direct. He's not going to be hopping into Aries though until 2026. I'm going to talk about that in my year ahead video, which I'll release soon here. So stay tuned for that. But this is it. He's finally moving direct, and he's finally giving us a break in this area of life and finally exiting, and then going to pick up where he left off in July. So think back to July. Anything that was initiated back then is slowly going to start picking up momentum quicker and quicker, especially in 2026, you guys. I'm already feeling it, but I don't want to go down the rabbit hole talking about 2026 yet. Okay, so those are the retrogrades and the direct planets this month. Mars is going to be spending the whole month in Sagittarius, so that's starting on the 4th. We have Venus moving into Scorpio on the 6th, so we'll talk about that. And we already talked about Mercury retrograde going back and forth there. So on the 18th, yes, he moves back into Scorpio, but he's moving into Sagittarius on October the 29th. I guess it depends on when you're recording, watching this video. So the sun moves into Sagittarius on the 21st. Again, everything's on the slide here, you guys, if I'm confusing you or going too fast. One thing I wanted to mention again that's monumental this month is Uranus moving back into Taurus. So again, he's not finished with the Taurus area of your life. So again, check your chart for those final degrees of that respective sign. So Uranus here is wrapping up an even larger story that started April of 2018. Now I know that's a long time, you guys. I know lots can happen in 7 years. It takes Uranus about 7 years to go through a sign, but Uranus is memorable. You know, kind of like all the heavy hitters, except Neptune. That can be a quieter transition. It's kind of like getting hit by a wave. Sometimes you don't even realize it's happening. But Uranus is like shakeups, wake-ups. He also rules earthquakes as well. So it's kind of like, I'm not saying there's going to be a whole bunch of earthquakes, you guys. I'm thinking of an earthquake personally in our lives and big life shifts in this area of life. So he will move back into Gemini in April of 2026. So similar story here with Saturn, with Neptune. We also had this with the Pluto dance back in 2022 into 2023. So again, he's wrapping up a larger story here. So we sometimes feel restless when Uranus goes retrograde, because anytime a planet goes retrograde, it turns the energy in towards us, for example. Also, when these big planets are stationary in the sky, so this month we have Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus, it's very potent energy. So November could be a big month ahead for each and every one of us, but it really depends on your personal birth chart. So if you know your chart, great. If you don't, connect in with an astrologer if you want to know how this energy is waking you up from the inside out on multiple levels and also multiple dimensions as well. Okay, I think that was all I wanted to natter about for a quick intro. So we're going to get to all 12 signs. Again, watch for your sun, your rising, if you know your rising, or any other planet placement or point to pull all this energy together for you. Timestamps are down below. More links to more videos are down below. So let's get started. Hey Aries, welcome to November, and let's break down the month ahead. Now, I'm really going to focus in on two areas of life this month, and it's your 9th house and your 8th house. That's where the personal planets are jam-packed in. We're also going to quickly touch on the trine, the water trine energy that has been with us since middle of October and will carry through to the end of November. So Aries, let's get started with your 8th house. Keep in mind, this is where you have a brand new fresh start, a brand new beginning coming in on or around the 20th of the month, because we have a new moon in Scorpio here. So what is the 8th house? 8th house is deep, psychological, intense situations, people, places, or things. It's also could be Aries, since you have so much energy piling into this 8th house, a lot of stuff from the past might be like coming up. I was going to say grudged up. I don't even know if that's a word, but things coming up from the past, things resurfacing in your psyche, and things coming out of nowhere. It could be literal, but I'm thinking this is more of an internal energy for you, because again, it's connecting to that Neptune and Saturn in your hidden house, my friends. So not only that, now if that doesn't resonate, this would be a house of big life transformation, big life moves, and big life change and transition can be found in the 8th house. Also, if you're a business owner or an entrepreneur, there could be some big shifts in your business, or perhaps you're already thinking about that. Maybe you already transitioned into something new or brought something new into the business sort of like a new angle they're showing me. So it's about reassessing that during the Mercury retrograde, but then taking those next steps of how can you evolve the business to reach possibly a higher, wider audience, or again, however you want to tailor the business. Or maybe some of you are closing up a business or wrapping up a business and doing something else. Another thing this could be is the mundane day-to-day stuff. So this is taxes, debts, loans, mortgages, dealing with big financial institutions, for example, or approaching somebody for a financial loan. This is also the house of shared resources, shared finances. Anybody that you share a bed with, quite literally or figuratively, because sometimes our work, or how do I say it? Some of us are married to our work. And again, I'm not judging. I'm a Capricorn rising, so I'm not judging you folks. I get the whole being married to work thing. So it's whoever you're connected to from a business or love or marriage standpoint. And it's sort of like sharing bank accounts, sharing property, sharing assets, or whatever the case may be. 8th house is also the inheritance, or could have something to do with an inheritance, Aries. So I'm not sure if you're wrapping something up or that could be on your mind. 8th house is also wills as well. So perhaps you're thinking about wills or it's crossing your mind. Probably not a bad month to do it. My only caution would be that Mercury retrograde, folks. So just keep that in mind. And I have the dates on the screen here as well, just to, I mean, we're in shadow right now. As I'm recording this, the end of October, we're in shadow. He's not going to go direct until the end of November. So if you can hold off on signing on the dotted line, that would be probably best. If you have to, you have to though. Just double, triple check everything. I'm sure you're going to be fine. There'll probably be a few things you have to just wrap up later on down the road, but nothing to panic or worry about. Because at the end of the day, Mercury retrograde, we experience these 3-4 times a year. It is what it is. The world keeps spinning, so to speak. Okay, what else can the 8th house be? It's also deep intimacy. It's sexuality. It's getting closer to a partner from a more physical, I would say, standpoint, but also intellectual. Because again, Scorpio is that deep psyche. You want to get to know this person on a deeper level versus surface level. It's also the house of sex, fear, power, control. Now, excuse me, as I mentioned earlier, again, things coming up from the past. So if you had, this is also the shadow. Did I mention the shadow? I was thinking there's a connection here of if anything triggers you this month, that could be the shadow. That could have something to do with, intimacy, fear, power struggles, or control issues, whatever the case may be, Aries. Now, the 9th house, so the sun will eventually pop into Sagittarius on the 21st. Mars will be there for majority of the month, let's say. And this is your 9th house of higher education, teaching, learning. If you are a mentor, an educator, a teacher, a coach, really nice energy coming in for you, Aries. Or again, if this is part of your business, if you're a coach, for example, you're definitely going to be on fire this month because you'll be able to connect with people emotionally and psychologically, thanks to that Scorpion energy. And then Sagittarius, you'll be able to bring the heat, thanks to that Sagittarian energy, I should say. And on top of it, anything that pours into Sagittarius, or Leo for that matter, Aries, keep in mind, this flows to you. This pours that light heat energy into your sign, my friends. So Aries, I think, you might have a mixed bag of a month because you're not a water sign, but you have the Energizer Bunny in your 9th house. And then you have all this deep, intense energy coming into your 8th house. So I would say use this to your advantage. And you might have good days and bad days, by the way. Emotional roller coaster could be a possibility as well with all that energy in your 12th house and 8th house. So keep that in mind and go easy on yourself, Aries. If you're kind of like, you wake up one day and you're fine, and you wake up another day and you're kind of like, I kind of feel off. I kind of feel like a Debbie Downer. I'd say ride the wave. Okay, put your wetsuit on. It is what it is what it is, my friends, and just ride the wave. And just know I have a feeling your energy will perk back up once Mercury and Mars and the Sun hop into your ninth house. But the ninth house is also about meeting people from all over the globe. So again, if you own a business, run a business, or if you're looking for another job, go big, cast your net wide, because you might be connecting with people from all over the globe. The ninth house is like an international feel to it. Again, if you own a business, run a business, put yourself out there, take a risk, push yourself outside of your comfort zone. Mars, I forgot to mention, is also your ruler. So whenever Mars is in this area of life, he's going to help you take those big risks. But I would just encourage you to maybe put a little bit of thought to them, because Mars in Sagittarius can be a bit reckless. And yes, he's thinking about the long term, which is amazing. But sometimes it might not be worth it. Also be mindful this month getting into arguments with other individuals, especially with that connection to Mars and Mercury. But again, I'm not here to preach and tell you what to do, but just be mindful of how you speak and your actions as well, my friends. But again, I see this as really constructive, potent energy to take something to another level. So again, you fill in the blank there. Those of you looking for love, it's full on as well. With Venus in your 8th house, Mars in your 9th house, you could find international love or love at a distance, if that makes sense. Or again, if you're in a current relationship, spice it up. You know, this is going to be spicing up the fancy time for each and every one of us, because Mars in a sexually charged sign such as Scorpio, and then Mars is getting his fire back, moving into a fellow fire sign such as yourself. Okay, what else am I missing here? Going back to school could be a possibility, or thinking about it, or upgrading your skill set in some way, shape, or form. Also, publishing. Did I mention that? Writing, book publishing, again, reaching a higher, wider audience. Think big, Aries. Think big while Mars is in this sign, and channel this energy out of your body as well. Find a good physical outlet, I would say, with this energy, because you might feel a little bit restless. Again, I don't see this as bad energy at all. So again, because I don't want to repeat myself here, that's where I'm thinking the focus will be for you this month. And keep in mind that brand new fresh start that's happening possibly on or around the 20th. And I love this new moon because it's also making an incredible aspect to Saturn and Neptune in your 12th house, which is a little bit more hidden. But again, it could be about big power moves, big life shifts and changes, Aries. I'm sure if you've been following me for a while, I've said this so many times to you folks, it's like you're ready to launch something, finally. Some of you probably already have. But again, with Saturn and Neptune back in your 12th house, it's about reassessing, fine-tuning those details. And is there anything else that you want to incorporate into this change and shift that you perhaps already made sometime in 2025, and then 2026, you're going to take it to new heights and new levels. So it's about polishing whatever you want, because again, the 8th house is big life transitions and shifts. It's the house of death and rebirth, not literally, but well, kind of literally, but I don't want to make this, I'm not going to say I'm not saying you're going to die, Aries. Okay, it's transformation at its finest here. Okay, let me see here. Yeah, and it's also Pluto from your 11th house of gains and friendships and groups and associations and networks is also involved with this new beginning. And it is opposing Uranus. So this could be a big work shift. It could be a pivot in work, a new skill set. It could also be material possessions as well, you guys. So maybe this is a loan finally coming through, a business loan, a mortgage, or you're clearing out and clearing up debt. that could be another possibility as well. Just find the balance though, my friends. Try to not teeter to one extreme to the other, because that's what Uranus likes to do. And the new moon opposition is asking you to balance your finances. Find balance, because all this heavy energy in your 8th, I can also see possibly some of you going a little bit too far in debt. But again, I'm not here to judge, folks. You do you. I get it. To get a mortgage, that's debt. To get a car loan or whatever the case may be, that could be debt, right? Well, that is debt, depending on if you can pay cash for the vehicle or not. Just as some examples, my friends. But yeah, good time to upgrade your skill set or incorporate something new into what you're doing. And if you're not working, my friends, this could also be about investments, saving for a rainy day, travel. Did I mention that? I don't think I mentioned travel. Yeah, Mars, the Sun, Mercury in your 9th house. This is about traveling. This is about pushing yourself outside of the comfort zone. More so long distance traveling, but it could be local as well because Mercury is in the mix. If you are traveling, by the way, you know the rules, right? Mercury retrograde. So make sure you get to the airport on time, double, triple check everything, check the details. Yeah, things might get delayed or snags or anything like that. I feel like that's pretty typical with Mercury retrograde, especially in Sag. So I'm thinking mail delays, postal delays or strikes, anything to do with planes, trains, and automobiles will be kind of snafu'd in some way. But again, I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't panic about it. Just double, triple check the details and your itinerary. Okay. Let's see here. Let's jump now to that full moon. Forgive me, I am jumping around a little bit here, but the dates are on the slide. So forgive me. I just don't want to repeat myself over and over and drive you nuts here, Aries. Okay, full moon in Taurus. Now that's happening right off the hop here. November the 5th, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. Again, highlighting your financial axis here. So new moon in the 8th house of finances and resources and shared assets with another person. Also 8th house is how money flows to you. So whether you're working or not working, this could be fresh new beginnings of how money flows into you. This could also be a boost to your partner's income this month as well. I think I forgot to mention that. If you are connected to either a business partner or marriage or a relationship with another individual. But this full moon, though, similarity, oh my God, I can't even talk, you guys. Sorry, it's going to be a long video. Similarity, it's shining a spotlight in your 8th house. So it could be about an 8th house matter, but it could also be more personal to you. So again, how do you earn a living? What do you do for work? Are you happy and content in your job? Are you looking for new work? How do you treat your finances? Like, how do you treat money? Even when I say that, do you tighten up? Or are you like, no, I have a good relationship with my bank accounts, my finances, my whatever, 401k, my investments, whatever the case may be. Second house is also about your value system. It's also your personal material possessions. 8th house is shared stuff. Second house is more of our personal stuff, what we consider our stuff, what belongs to you. So Aries, maybe some of you are up for a new job, promotion, going after what it is that you want. This full moon does make a connection to the nodes of the moon, where yes, the north node is in your quieter 12th house, but I'm looking at your 6th house south node, that's letting go. And that's the house of work. So that's like releasing something, getting rid of something that's just not working anymore for you. And very fated destined events could be around this full moon as well. Just because, again, anything that touches the nodes of the moon is very fated. Whether it's a square, a trine, a sextile, it doesn't matter. I find there's always fated energy, either big or small, around these connections to the nodes of the moon, my friends. So for you this month, finances definitely could be the top of mind, and also career. If you are working, if you're not working, again, volunteer, channel your energy into something or someone. or some sort of charitable organization, I'm thinking, with Pluto in your 11th house as well, my friends. Now, the only thing I didn't cover really, really quickly is the connection to your 4th house. This is the water trine energy. So October, November could also be connected to your home, family, foundation, your roots, the past, what lights you up and lifts you up, renovations of the home, moving, welcoming in new family members. So this could be new babies, or again, moving in together, sharing a home with somebody. It's the people that you live with, beautifying your space. Some of you could even be buying property abroad. That might have already happened because Jupiter's been in here for a while now, but Jupiter now going retrograde, this energy is now going to be internalized, Aries. So I know I talked about a lot. I apologize. I think I'm going to stop there. I feel like I'm flying 100 miles an hour here. But 8th house, 12th house, 4th house. This water energy, as I mentioned, started middle of October. It's going to wrap up the end of November. And you may feel this energy, you may not. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the video, because trines are such flowing, easy energy. Us humans don't focus on that. We focus on all the stuff that's going wrong in our lives. So I'd say, Aries, if you can take a beat this month, take a step back this month and see the beauty and the blessings in your life as they lie right now. Because they have to be there, Aries. They just have to be there. It's just look at your situation and perspective from a new lens. The blessings are coming. It is coming. If you feel stuck or stagnant, Saturn's direct now. Saturn, Neptune will be hopping into your sign permanently next year, early next year, I believe. So it's coming. That's all I'm hearing for you folks, okay? It's coming. And obviously the astrology backs that up as well. All right, Aries, I want to wish you a wonderful month ahead, and we'll see you back here in December. Bye for now. Hey, Taurus, welcome to November. So let's dive into the 2 areas of life that I'm going to focus on here. So because we have just such a condensed energy in your 7th house, 8th house, that's where we have all the personal planets. So the sun is there, Mars, Venus, and Mercury, plus on top of it, Mercury retrograde. So I don't want to drive you nuts by repeating myself 100 times. So I'm going to go over the 7th house, 8th house energy and what that could mean, or some examples that could be coming to the forefront this month. But keep in mind, you have a brand new beginning, a fresh new start happening this month in your partnership sector on or around the 20th of November, technically, is the new moon. And we're also going to talk about the area of life, Sagittarius, your 8th house. So keep in mind, with Mercury retrograde going back and forth between these 2 signs, it means that you're reviewing and reassessing something in these 2 areas of life, Taurus. So let's dive in. I'm going to talk about your 7th house first, because that's where we have this brand new moon energy. And forgive me, I am going to jump around a little bit here, but the dates are on the slide here if you want to take a screenshot of the specific dates. Okay, so your 7th house, pretty straightforward. It's the house of relationships. But whenever I say relationships, people automatically think of love. It's beyond our love connections. Yes, it can be love. Yes, it can be marriage. Whether you're just dating somebody new or you've been with a partner for 20 years. It's anything to do with our one-to-one connections. It's how we relate one-to-one to individuals. So this could also be about business partnerships, how we relate to our friendship circles, and also family members as well. 7th house is also kind of a legal house as well. It's where contracts, agreements, negotiations lie, I should say. It's like signing on the dotted line, signing your life away, so to speak. Because that's sometimes what happens when we get married, right? We are signing on the dotted line, and it's concrete in stone until death do us part, so to speak. So the 7th house can bring that intensity when it comes to our business partnerships and our one-to-one connections, or our marital or love connections as well, Taurus. So fresh new starts here. With Venus here, Taurus, I'm also going to say the possibility of meeting somebody new is high as well. That's if you're looking. If you're not, this is a really good time to pour some energy into your current relationships. With Venus here in your 7th house and Mars in your 8th house of sexuality, I think this could really spice things up for you, Taurus, for the month ahead. But again, you can use this in other ways as well, which we'll get to in a second here. I'm thinking of pouring your heart, your soul, your energy into work or creative projects, or again, finding a new job. Some of you could be signing on the dotted line, signing with a new contractual agreement, because technically this new moon does make an opportunity aspect to Pluto up in your 10th house of career, of status. Some of you could be getting married. Some of you could be changing your status, meaning going from married to divorced, or single to common law, or married. Now, I'm not saying all of you are getting divorced, by the way. It's you would have to resonate with that. It would have to resonate with you, Taurus. So please don't panic. I'm throwing out examples because keep in mind, I don't have your personal birth chart sitting in front of me. So I don't even know if Scorpio is your 7th house. I'm just giving you some flavors and some examples from a whole sign perspective. But I can see some of you could be changing your status. It could also mean moving into retirement, moving into a new job, or moving into a whole new career, which Taurus, I think you will be anyway, possibly time and time again with Pluto upstairs in your 10th house. Okay, now I want to talk about your 8th house of Sagittarius. So 8th house is a bit of a heavier energy, but Taurus, luckily for you, this is the house of Sagittarius. So it kind of gives it a fun-loving twist, which I kind of love for you. And actually, Taurus, you're quite lucky to have Sagittarius on the 8th house, but I can see some of you, if this is your true 8th house, maybe burn through quite a bit of money when you have planets, placements, or anything transiting this area of life. So I would say do watch out for that this month, because Mars in the 8th house can make you want to go big or go home. Mars in Sagittarius is all about the big picture, taking those huge, ginormous risks. And because it's in your financial space, Taurus, I can see some of you taking big financial risks, which could pay off, my friends, but I honestly don't know because I'm not seeing the connection to your birth chart. So I would say just watch out for that, especially with Mercury going back and forth in this area of life. The 8th house does represent the mundane day-to-day of taxes, debts, loans, mortgages. So again, we're talking, how does money flow into your bank account, for example, or it could be you dealing with a big bank. So if you're signing on the dotted line with a mortgage or a marital agreement or whatever the case may be, double, triple check the details, maybe not on the marital stuff, but if you're dealing with a big institution or a bank or getting a loan, double, triple check everything, Taurus. You might miss something. Not the end of the world. Life has to move on with Mercury retrograde, but because he's in a financial area, you're definitely going to be reassessing possibly your finances this month, or thoughts of doing this, or thoughts of shuffling around your investments or money, or again, something to do with your shared resources and assets with another person. Again, it could be business, it could be love, it could be something that you have connected to a family member, because the 8th house is also wills and inheritance as well lies in this house. So there could be some back and forth with a sibling, a family member, whoever it is, Taurus. Again, I'm just giving you some basic examples here of how this could manifest this month. Okay, 8th house is also deep psychological change. It could be mentally, emotionally, physically, psychologically. This is getting to the bottom or the heart of a situation, Taurus. There could be stuff coming up from the past, maybe. Again, not for all of you, but possibly. When all this energy pours into an 8th house, I can't help, especially a retrograde involved, I can't help but think of things bubbling up to the surface. It's the house of fear, power, control. It's also a very sexually charged area of life. So that's why I'm also thinking there could be a relationship connection here, whether you're single and looking, or you're single and content. There could be issues that come up of why am I single? Why am I alone? And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way, Taurus. It's just there's things that might be bubbling up for a reason. I just encourage you, don't push it down. Talk to somebody, work with somebody, do your thing, but just get it out of your body. Mars in Sagittarius is restless, and you got to move that fire out of the body, Taurus, especially an earth sign like yourself. You don't want that fire to get pent up and burn your insides. You know, I'm thinking ulcers and like, what do you call it? Acid reflux and things like that. So get it out of your system in some way, shape, or form. Again, you can hit the bed with your partner, you can exercise, you can hit the pavement, participate in sports, things like that. Just be careful not to hurt yourself, my friends, because Mars makes us want to go big or go home. Like, think skydiving and bungee jumping and, you know, hitting the gym for the first time in 5 years, and you might pull something, right? So anyway, I'm just giving you some examples, Taurus. Not all of these things are going to resonate, but I'm just trying to throw out some examples or possibilities. Let's see here. Did I miss anything for the 8th house? This is also your partner's finances. So I'm thinking, Taurus, actually, we're going to talk about it next month, but your partner could be burning through finances too. So I'll just put that out there. But next month, Venus in here will help your partner's finances. This is also, again, money coming in towards you. With Mars, though, it could cut and sever something coming towards you. It's almost like an ending of something. But it also, Taurus, makes you laser focused towards your financial circumstances or situation. Or possibly, again, it could be an example. This for some of you, this might not be relatable with finances. It could be more of the psychological and the big life shifts and changes that you want to implement over the next coming months. Or again, with Mercury retrograde, you're reassessing something that you took on or shuffled around, or whatever the case may be. Okay, so Taurus, that's in a nutshell, 7th house, 8th house energy. So lots of personal planets in there. So like I said, I think that's going to be kind of on the forefront this month. So relationships and finances, if I had to sum it up in just a couple words there. Now I'm going to jump to, let's see here. I'm going to jump to your full moon in your sign this month. So we only get usually one new moon, one full moon a year in our sign. Sometimes we get two, sometimes. But Taurus, this is about you putting yourself in the spotlight. This could be an identity shift for you, Taurus, once and for all. Uranus coming back into your sign this month for one final go. He's been in here since April of 2018, Taurus. I have no doubt you have been, I'm hearing shaken and awaken, shaken and awaken. Your whole life possibly shifted. Your identity probably shifted. Your personality probably shifted. For the better, I hope, people. For the better. Like, again, these planets work with us, not against us. It's us that work against these energies. So yeah, and as a fixed sign, Taurus, I can't imagine. I'm a fixed sign as well, or I have a lot of energy in fixed signs. So I can appreciate this transit. Probably wasn't the easiest, but just know you're on the final back end of it, my friends. And if you have anything at the final degrees of Taurus, again, Uranus is sort of like giving you a gut check of one final change is on the horizon for you. And it's not going to be quick. So he'll be in your sign until April of 2026, when he finally moves into your second house of finances, income, resources, and work. So again, I just want to put that out there, but it should be familiar energy, Taurus. Just know that, yeah, there's The light is getting bigger and bigger and bigger at the end of the tunnel, my friends. So just hang in there. Now, going back to this full moon in your sign. Again, if you have anything around 13 degrees of Taurus, this is hitting you directly personally. But it's also shining a spotlight into that 7th house that I was talking about earlier. So this could be about you, about the identity of you. It's your physical appearance. It's the body and your health and well-being of the body. It's changes of the body. Possibly, maybe a lot of you went through physical changes of the body, whatever that means to you or for you. First house also touches on big life themes and changes, similar to the 8th house, but a little bit of a different feel. First house is also how you approach life. It's the glasses, the lenses we wear, especially if it's the rising sign here. So I can see this Taurus as more change. It's kind of like a culmination point of something that you put into motion 6 months ago, approximately, or beyond that. But what I like about this full moon is it's making a connection to the north and south node. So this could also be about releasing and letting go of a hobby, a creative project, possibly a relationship. I'm going to throw it in there. This is not for everyone, okay? So don't panic. Releasing a stigma or a value system around dating in general, or romantic gestures, or how you approach love. Or you might have like an epiphany or aha moment about that. Or again, a creative project, a creative outlet, something to do with your children or your grandchildren. There could be a connection here as well. This could be an ending, a culmination point in their life in some small or large way, like a milestone. This could also mean connecting with like-minded individuals, rubbing shoulders with like-minded individuals, finding new people to connect with and hang out with. This could also have something to do with gains coming in from the career sector, or again, it might have a financial tone to it. And this full moon might also be about your long-term commitments and goals, Taurus, as well. Now, the last thing I wanted to quickly touch on is this big water trine. So we talked about your 7th house, so I don't want to drive you nuts, but that's basically the relationship house here is connecting up to that 11th house of friendship circles, groups, connecting with like-minded people, your role within these groups and associations. 11th house could also mean social media and putting yourself out there. The internet, getting your website up and running, or polishing up your website, or getting your store online, for example. It is a bit of a lucky house, but with Saturn in here, sometimes it's tough. Sometimes, like, Saturn doesn't deliver windfalls. I hate to say it, but Saturn will deliver bigger blessings than Jupiter ever could if we put in the work, Taurus. So there's a connection here from the 7th house to that 11th house of friendship circles and gains and groups and networking and the internet, down to your 3rd house where Jupiter is in Cancer. So this is also connecting a similar feel to the 11th house of community, of relationships. Actually, all of your relationships houses are being highlighted here by these water houses. It's about thinking local, but it could also be global because we're talking about Jupiter here as well. It might have a connection to transportation, or if you work in that industry, planes, trains, automobiles. I don't know, for some reason, I'm something to do with the mail system. Like I'm hearing federal, so like something to do with the mail or the postal system, which could be local. Sorry. Siblings, cousins, neighbors, relatives, extended family members. So it might have a connection to them as well. So Taurus, this water trine that started middle of October, it's going to take us till the end of November, is highlighting all of your social connections, all walks of life, whether it's love, whether it's business, whether it's friends, whether it's family. So I like this energy for you, Taurus. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, some of you will feel this, some of you won't. Because a trine is a trine. It's flowing, harmonious energy. Us humans are so programmed to focus on the negative and the not so good. But if we just take a step back and look at the blessings that we have here and now, that's what this trine is also trying to show us as well, Taurus. And everything I just said too, this could be connected to that new moon in Scorpio on the 20th. Because the new moon is making a beautiful aspect to Saturn and Neptune opposing Uranus. So it's also like expect the unexpected when it comes to relationships. Maybe some of you, this is a sudden ending of a relationship or a new beginning of a relationship. It could be that as well, my friends. But anyway, I will stop there. As I mentioned, the dates are on the slide here if you want to take a screenshot. Enjoy the month ahead, and we'll see you back here in December. Bye for now. Hey Gemini, welcome to November. Let's break down the month ahead. But I'm really going to focus on a couple areas of life here, Gemini. So I'm going to start with where all the personal planets are jam-packed in, which is your 6th house of Scorpio and your 7th house of Sagittarius. So let's start there first, where I think some of your energy and focus will be taking place for the month ahead anyway. So 6th house, keep in mind, you also have a brand new beginning, a fresh new start happening in your 6th house as well. So the 6th house is a big house. It's a heavy, heavy house, similar to the 8th house energy. But this is about your day-to-day duties and responsibilities. It's also to do with your health and well-being, how you're taking care of yourself, Gemini. Also, your pets are in here as well. So it could be about your pets or paying more attention to your pets, or some of you are going to get a new pet possibly this month, or maybe you might have already started thinking about this, because I'm going to come back to this big water trine that's also connecting all of these houses together as well. 6th house is diet, habits, routines, good or bad habits, by the way, Gemini. The good, the bad, the ugly can be housed in any of these houses. It's the workplace. If you do work in a workplace, your coworkers, anything to do with being of service. It's the house of being in service. So if you're not working, apply it to your current circumstances. If you're not working, by the way, definitely an excellent month to pour your energy and resources into a greater effort, like a bigger cause, I'm thinking, if you're interested, of course. Or creative projects, creative outlets. It's how do you want to be of service, Gemini? That's going to be some of your focus this month. And again, keep in mind you have a brand new fresh start, a brand new beginning this month as well. Now, once the energy slowly starts to move into Sagittarius, and keep in mind Mercury is going back and forth in these two areas of life as well. So there's something here that you're reassessing with that 6th house. And 7th house is pretty straightforward. It's anything to do with your one-to-one connections, your one-to-one relationships, how you connect one-to-one with your clients, with your colleagues, with your boss, with your family, with your friends, with your lover, with your marital partner. 7th house is not just about marriage and love. It's any one-to-one connection that we have with any person. It's also a mirror that these people hold up to us. So Sagittarius for you, Gemini, it's like holding up a mirror, all these people. And it's sort of like looking at yourself or seeing yourself in other people as well. 7th house, though, also has like a legal connection. So signing on the dotted line. So mortgages, debts, banking, marriage, of course, marital agreements, divorces, offer letters, contracts, all that fun stuff can also be housed in the 7th house as well. It's kind of like, you're signing your life away to a mortgage, to a marital partner, till death do you part. that 25-year mortgage or whatever the case may be. So that is also housed in the 7th house. Now, Gemini, with Mars here, you could be cutting, ending, severing a contract, ending a contract, or completing something to that effect. Now, for those of you that are already in the cycle of divorce or separation, Mars in here is actually going to help you, but it's also going to make you a little bit more combative, also your partner as well. So just be mindful of that. I'm not here to judge it, but it's just something to mention, especially with Mercury and Mars being so close in the sky together. It can cause a little bit of friction between you and your partner, whatever the case may be. And again, I'm not saying you're all going to get divorced. I'm just saying you would have to be in the midst of it right now to understand that energy. But anyway, just something to keep at the back of your mind. Mars is going to make you laser focused towards your relationships, building those relationships, going after a relationship, whatever the case may be. Okay. And again, keep in mind, Mercury back and forth. And Gemini, you're ruled by Mercury. So you're always sensitive to Mercury retrogrades. Unless you have Mercury retrograde natally in your birth chart, that changes the energy. Usually, folks with personal planets retrograde in their chart, so that would be Mars, Mercury, or Venus. In your case, if it's Mercury retrograde, people usually thrive in the retrograde areas. So again, it depends on, do you have Mercury direct or retrograde in your chart? But you're reassessing your one-to-one connections, again, whether it's business or your clients or loved ones or your family or whatever, your friends, or you're reassessing something to do with how you can show up and be of service. Some of you could be getting a new job offer this month. I do see that with the new moon in your 6th house, making a beautiful aspect up to Saturn and Neptune in your 10th house of status, of change, what you're known for, career. So there could be a connection there. Could have a flavor of something at a distance too, or something to do with the internet, reaching a higher, wider audience, book publishing, teaching, educational pursuits, mentoring, teaching, coaching, whether you're reaching out to someone to get those services or you could be offering those services. Just to throw in some examples, Gemini. Again, not all of this is going to manifest for you folks. It's just I'm trying to think of all the examples I can in a short amount of time. Let's see here. It is opposing Uranus in your 12th house. And forgive me, I am jumping around here, Gemini. So I apologize. All the dates are on the screen here. But yeah, I'm just going back to this new moon in Scorpio just to see if I missed anything. But this new beginning on or around the 20th is opposing Uranus in your 12th house. So there could be a connection to the past to do with wrapping something up, like tying up those loose ends once and for all so you can fully move into something new. It could be about healing. It could be about resting. It could be about taking a break from work. It could be about, did I say this already? Letting go of something once and for all. Your hidden gifts, talents, and abilities are being woken up again. Yes, I know, Gemini, you've probably gone through dozens of awakenings with Uranus in your 12th house. I have no doubt about that, but he's back in here for a reason. And he is connecting to this new, fresh new start. So he's asking you to rebalance something in these two areas of life. So my recommendation would be not to go drastically left or drastically right. Find the balance. So before you want to quit the job, move to another country, elope to Las Vegas, do something big, I would suggest to gut check yourself. But anyway, just my 2 cents. Like I said, I'm not here to preach. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm just thinking of possibilities of what this energy could bubble up or bring to the surface for you this month, Gemini. Also, this could be about maybe monetizing your hidden gifts, talents, abilities, or something along those lines, incorporating that into your day-to-day, or incorporating something into how you serve clients, or again, how you serve a higher, wider audience or the world, for example. Okay, I want to jump to the full moon now, which is actually happening right off the hop here, November the 5th, give or take a day or two, depending on where you're on the planet. In your hidden house, like I said, hidden 12th house. Some people notice this energy, some people don't. But with Uranus in your 12th house, like, I don't know, have you been seeing dead people walking around? This is like the paranormal on steroids, folks. Anyway, some of you are probably like, no, not at all. But awakening, right? This is awakening the mind, the spirit, the soul. This is awakening you on so many dimensions that you might, some of you might have realized and some of you might have not. So again, we're all here for different purposes and reasons here. But the 12th house is about preparing for a brand new cycle. This is like finalities. This is endings and new beginnings. But endings have to come first, Gemini. You have to wrap something up, like I mentioned, once and for all before you move into something new. That's going to be the theme for the month ahead, because these lunations this month, they're highlighting your 6th house axis and your 12th house, because full moons shine a spotlight into the opposite sign. So we already talked about all the possibilities in that 6th house, like new work, new jobs, new coworkers coming in, new ways of being of service, new dietary or health restrictions, routines, whatever the case may be. New love coming in. Did I mention that? If you're single and looking, Gemini, oh, absolutely. You got Mars in the 7th house. You got Venus in the 6th house. Absolutely, you could be finding new love this month, but only if that's what you want. I get it. Not everyone is searching for love or whatever the case may be, but it could be shining a spotlight on that as well. Full moon in the 12th house can also mean, where is your time, your energy, your effort being spent? And is it being spent well? This is about the dream world. This is about, again, talking to the other side, the spiritual realm, solitude, healing, and your hidden gifts, talents, and abilities, Gemini. So I love this month for you. It does have a spiritual feel to me, for you in particular, just because of all that energy piling back into your 12th house. And let's move into now this water trine. So we talked about the 6th house. That's a water house for you of Scorpio. Again, I don't have your personal chart in front of me. So just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. This may be your 6th house. It might not be your 6th house. But we were talking about the 6th house there. You have Saturn and Neptune back in your 10th house for another few months here. Saturn is direct. So he will be coming out of your career sector soon enough. So I know, Gemini, this has not been easy, to say the least. I get it. All the mutable signs have been struggling with this, with Saturn and Neptune in a challenging aspect to your planet's placements points. But this makes you razor sharp when it comes to going after your hopes, your wishes, your dreams, your goals, your commitments. And you have the North Node in there as well. Which, by the way, the full moon is talking with the nodes of the moon at the beginning of the month. So it could be connected also to your career, your work, or retirement, or something to do with being a parent or parenthood or one of your parents. There could be changes coming in. If it's not for you, it could be them, your children, people that you live with. Your home, renovating your home, doing changes on the home front. With the South Node in the 4th house, purging, getting rid of stuff in your house that just you don't need anymore, type of energy. But anyway, going back to this water trine here, which started technically middle of October, and it's going to take us till the end of November. And again, it's a subtle energy, like I tried to explain at the beginning of the video. Some of you will feel this, some of you won't. It depends on, what do you focus on, Gemini? Do you focus on the bad? Do you focus on, oh, all this stuff happened to me and blah, 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 and I didn't feel this Trine energy? Or do you take a step back and reflect and say, you know what, I am blessed. I have a roof over my head. I got food on the table. I have a steady income. I got family and friends and loved ones around me. I have a great client base. I have good people around me. I love my partner. You know, that's the kind of stuff that this Trine is asking us to take a step back and look at the blessings, and for once try not to focus on the bad stuff, because it's so easy to do that, right? It's so easy to go down the rabbit hole. Humans are famous for this. That's all we do is focus on the negative shit. It's about pulling ourselves out of that and looking at what we already have and the blessings we already have. And guess what? When you do that, you're going to attract in more abundance, because it's going to change your aura and change your structure, your energy. And you're going to attract in more, my friends. Jupiter in your second house, to me, that is a blessing, but it can also make your head spin. Jupiter in the second house, it's to do with work. Again, kind of connected to being of service. Well, it is with this big water trine. It's work. It's commitments with work. It's your skill set, upgrading your skill set, polishing up your skill set, pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone, because Jupiter wants to expand this area of life. It's also money and material possessions and your value system. So that could also be coming into play for you as well, Gemini, for, again, this water trine carried into November from last month. So you can even reflect onto the last 2 weeks of October and the blessings that might have flowed in through whatever you do on a day-to-day work basis. Or it could have been a health situation as well. Also, maybe a near miss is a possibility for some of you as well. Okay, Gemini, that's pretty much all I wanted to quickly touch on for the month ahead. But enjoy the month of November, my friends, and we'll see you back here in December. Bye for now. Hey, Cancer, welcome to November. Let's get started where all this concentration of energy is focused. So all the personal planets are condensed into 2 signs this month. So that's where I'm going to start, because that's where I think some of the focus for the month ahead will be, or I should say continue from October into November. So it's your 5th house, 6th house, Cancer, Scorpio, and Sagittarius. So 5th house energy. I love this for you, Cancer. You are part of the big water trine I was referencing at the beginning of the video. If you watched my intro, I'll come back to that lovely water trine. But keep in mind, this energy has been with us since middle of October approximately, and it's going to carry us well into the end of the month. So 5th house, keep in mind, as I'm nattering off examples, this is where you may experience a brand new fresh start in this area of life. So the 5th house, children, grandchildren, creativity, self-expression, hobbies, love affairs, romance, dating, a little bit of drama, a little bit of flair in this 5th house as well, joy, fertility. It's also the house of luck and gambling, but again, I'm not a fan of talking about windfalls and lotteries and things like that. I'd rather see your personal birth chart, Cancer. But if you feel lucky, go ahead and buy that lottery ticket. Just please don't bet the farm, my friends, because I would have to see it 3 times in your chart. I'm only kind of seeing it once, maybe twice, my friends. Okay, so but it is the house of luck. And you do have Venus here, the Sun here, Mercury retrograde here, and a fresh new beginning here. And this new moon is well supported as well. It's making beautiful aspects to Pluto, Saturn, Neptune, but it is opposing Uranus in your 11th house as well. So there could be, honestly, Cancer, for those of you that are still able to get pregnant, I can see some of this being quick pregnancies, Like, surprise. And if you're saying to yourself, oh, well, Stacey, I'm too old, I don't want any kids and blah, 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 or my tubes are tied or whatever. Well, guess what? This could be a child or a grandchild getting pregnant. So it might not be about you. It might be surprise, you're a grandparent, or surprise, you're an aunt or an uncle, or surprise, you're a great grandparent. So because there is a lot of packed energy in this fifth house. So again, new beginnings with your children. Actually, this could be beautiful new beginnings for your children, Cancer. And I know that lights you up from the inside out, because I always get preachy when I come to you about home, family, security, foundation. So it could be fresh new starts for them, but just keep in mind that opposition to Uranus, there could be a shock factor for them. I'm not saying, like, it's hard to say if it's good or bad. This new moon is well supported. It is well aspected, even to Pluto, but it's hard to say how it's touching your chart personally or their chart. But there could be a shock factor here, like, oh, I didn't see that coming. Again, or this could be creative projects, or this could be love coming out of nowhere. Could be a relationship coming out of nowhere. Mercury retrograde in the fifth house is famous for people coming back from the past. Mercury retrograde in general is people coming back from the past, but for you in the fifth house, this is old lovers coming back around from the past, or something is coming back around so you can reassess it, finalize it, make a decision once and for all, so to speak, Cancer. So again, it could be related to romance and dating, or creative projects or endeavors, or again, something to do with your children or grandchildren. Now, the other energy that I think is going to be the focus this month is your sixth house. And this is a very busy house. Sixth house is to do with your health and well-being, your diet, your nutrition, how you're taking care of yourself. It's also the house of pets. It's also about how you are being of service, Cancer. So for those of you that are working, again, Mercury retrograde in here, you could be reassessing what you're doing on a day-to-day level when it comes to your work. Does your work light you up and lift you up? Or is it maybe time to find a new position, find a new job or a career or whatever the case may be? Now, if you're not working, again, I would encourage you to lean into being of service in some way, shape, or form. And again, it doesn't, like, I'm thinking volunteering, helping your family. I mean, Cancer, you know, that's automatic. You're probably already well ingrained into your family. Wouldn't surprise me if you were the rock of your family, the brick of your family. A lot of Cancerians are, that's part of their purpose. Being the heart and soul of family. And what does that mean to you, for you? Does it drain you? Does it lift you up? Maybe time to reassess the roles and responsibilities when it comes to that. Or again, your roles and responsibilities at work or being of service, whatever you do on a day-to-day. Also reassessing your health and well-being, your diet, nutrition. Is there anything you need to cut out of your diet? Mars in here, I'm going to be honest with you, Cancer, it can raise inflammation, and it is a fire sign. So watch out for acid reflux. Watch out for like ulcers. I know we can't see ulcers, but again, Mars heats us up from the inside out. And especially in your sixth house of health and well-being, you might feel the heat internally, Cancer. So it's also really good idea to exercise this month, move it out of your body. Because if you feel restless or tension or anything like that, move it up and out of your body, or saunas, or sweat it out, or whatever the case may be, my friends. But yeah, Mars in the sixth house, excellent, incredible time to start a new diet, health routine, exercise routine, because Mars is going to just help you channel this energy. And for those of you that are working, it's going to help you channel that energy into the workspace. Just be mindful of this can also make your coworkers a little bit agitated with Mars in here. You might notice that, you might not. Mars and Mercury being so close together in the sky can also cause agitation with our speech, excuse me, talking, speaking, sharp words, Cancer. So just be mindful of that as well, especially if you're in the workplace. Or again, whatever it is you're being of service there. So that's where the concentration of energy is this month, Cancer, is 5th house, 6th house. And as I mentioned, brand new fresh starts possibly coming in for you at the end of the month, or really, you know, it could happen before the new moon, after the new moon, whatever the case may be. But yeah, beautiful packed energy in your 5th house. And guess what? Yes, it's making beautiful aspects to you, which I'm going to come back to because the big water trine here. Now I'm going to jump to the full moon. Forgive me, I'm jumping around, but you do have the dates on the slide here if you want to take a screenshot or a snapshot. Now, full moon in your 11th house of Taurus, shining a spotlight. It's not only illuminating the house it's in, but full moons shine a spotlight down into the other house, which is usually where we have a new beginning, which is that fresh new start that I talked about already. So full moon in the 11th house, on or around the 5th of November. This is endings, culmination points. When it comes to something to do with an older sibling, they could have a change or an ending or a next chapter in their life, and you might hear about that. This is something to do with your friendship circles, groups, people that you hang out with, networking, who you call your community, so who you surround yourself with by choice. It's also your role within these friendship groups and circles. It's also the house of your hopes, your wishes, your dreams, your long-term commitments and goals. It is Taurus is connected to finances, so that could be connected to savings or investments or whatever the case may be. 11th house is anything to do with what lifts you up and lights you up from the inside out. So anything that does not do that, Cancer, I would encourage you to let it sort of slip away. This full moon is being well supported by the South Node in your 3rd house of community. So anyone that is a bit of a Debbie Downer around you, let that go. Try to let that go, or at least try to distance yourself from that person, even if it is a sibling, whether it's older or younger or the same age, my friends. I would say try to distance yourself from a sibling that maybe doesn't talk so nice to you or talks down to you. And there's nothing wrong with that, Cancer. I'm giving you permission to do so, whether you might eat me alive or not by saying that, but it's true. Like, you don't need to have toxic family members around you. You don't need to put up with that, Cancer. So, and because this is a softer energy, like a trine, you can slowly take those steps to separate yourself from people that just don't lift you up and light you up anymore. And again, you don't have to cut and sever the relationship. You can just distance yourself from them. Or not say yes all the time to this person. Again, it could be family, it could be sibling, could be a friend. Because again, 3rd house connection, 11th house connection, it's a social connection that you have with this person, whether it's family or friend. Okay. So that's the full moon. And again, or it could be about the 5th house stuff we talked about, not to confuse you. Because again, the full moon shines a spotlight down in your 5th house. So it could be about a 5th house matter. So you see what I mean? The lunations each and every month are usually connected. That's why I do this as a month as a whole instead of separate videos, because they're all connected, usually. When the moon slips out of a different sign, that's when the energy is a little bit different here. So it could manifest either or, Cancer. Not everything I talked about is going to manifest. It's just giving you some short snapper examples of how this could manifest for you. Okay. Now, yes, I want to talk about or come back to this grand water trine that you are a part of, because you are a water sign, my friends. So Jupiter being in your 1st house, now retrograde. So all of that new energy that has been flowing into your life since June, he is pumping the brakes on, and he's now rolling back in your sign. And he's not going to go direct now until I think March of 2026, but he'll still be in your sign. So it's introspection. You're bringing this energy back towards you, Cancer. So Any retrograde planet, just like that Mercury retrograde we talked about, going back and forth in your 5th house, 6th house, it's about reassessing something about your identity. What is intertwined into your identity or connected to you personally or professionally? Jupiter does rule your 6th house that we talked about. So again, it could be about your work, your career, how you're showing up in the world, how you're being of service. Could also be about a pet as well, possibly. Could also be about travel to foreign lands, foreign shores, or your connection to foreign lands, foreign shores. Could have a connection to property also, foreign lands, foreign shores. Could be educational pursuits, learning something new. Perhaps it's time to integrate what you've learned, Cancer, over the last, well, since June. June is when he hopped into your sign from your 12th house to your 1st house. So maybe it's time to start incorporating that into fill in the blank. Did you take a cooking lesson? Did you learn something new? Did you get new technology? It's now time to integrate that into your day-to-day. And what does that look like? So introspection, reflection, redo, revise is also the theme of the month ahead. But with Jupiter, this is long-term. This is definitely long-term. Also reassessing your commitments to other people, including yourself. So it could also be about, as we mentioned, diet, health, nutrition as well. So your 1st house, your 5th house, your 9th house is where all this big energy is happening. And the 9th house, also we have the North Node. So fated encounters, usually at a distance, Cancer. If that doesn't resonate, it would be travel, it would be, could be legal situations that maybe you're going through or have been going through for quite a while. If that does resonate, you should start getting some traction with Saturn moving direct. And Saturn's going to be in here for, well, another 5 months, I believe. So, but he's wrapping up something in this area of life for you, or crystallizing something, publishing, writing, teaching, coaching, mentoring, learning something new. The internet, social media, pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone, Cancer, whatever that means to you, for you. All right, so Cancer, that's pretty much what I wanted to highlight for the month ahead. So breathe in this energy. Again, some of you will feel this, some of you won't, because unfortunately as humans, we always focus on the negative, not so much about taking a step back and saying, you know what, I am blessed. I have a roof over my head. I have food on the table. I have a loved one by my side, or I have family members around me supporting me. I have, finances to pay my bills. So I'm encouraging everyone this month to focus in on what you already have. Yes, you can make plans for the future and stuff like that, but with all this retrograde energy, it's about stopping, reflecting on where you are right now. Because if I want everyone to sit in that energy, because you know what's going to happen? You're going to attract more abundance, more greatness, more of whatever you want, Cancer. So just think if all of us on the planet just stood still for 60 seconds and raised the vibration in a positive way. Look at what I have right now. Just think about that energy and how the waves of energy would go over the planet if we're all thinking that way. And guess what? That's going to take us all to the next level. I don't mean like we're all going to raise above the crud, but it's raising your vibrations so you can attract in what exactly you want, if that makes sense. Okay, Cancer, enjoy the month of November, and we'll see you back here in December. Bye for now. Hey, Leo, welcome to November, and let's first talk about all this concentrated energy, all these personal planets piled into the 4th house and 5th house. So I'm going to start there. Keep in mind, as I'm providing some examples, Leo, first of all, apply them to your circumstances in your life. I don't expect them all to resonate, but Mercury is going back and forth in these two areas of life. And on top of it, you have a brand new moon down at the bottom of your sky, or at the foundation of your being, Leo. So let's break this down. Actually, the lunations this month are both challenging you, Leo, to step outside of your comfort zone, initiate something brand new, and don't be afraid to get a little bit selfish. Do something for yourself if you haven't already done so, Leo. So, okay, let's start in that fourth house of Scorpio. So, fourth house, home, family, foundation, your roots, your ancestry, how you look after yourself, Leo. So again, getting a little bit selfish, and there's nothing wrong with that, about pampering yourself. You are one of the signs where you have to, my friends. Leos have to. Leos are always in the spotlight in some way, shape, or form. So pamper yourself and keep yourself well. And don't ever forget about yourself, Leo, which I don't think you will, but I thought I'd throw it out there. Anyway, fourth house is property in general. As I mentioned, the past, or anything to do with the past. So again, Mercury retrograde, guess what? Things coming up from the past, old wounds, old hurts, old relationships, old loves, old flames, whatever, old connections, relatives you haven't seen in like a very, very, very long time. Fourth house is also retirement, Leo. So for those of you that are ready to slip into retirement, that is a possibility this month, but I can appreciate retirement does not happen overnight. It's a big decision, but if you have been contemplating it for quite some time, I can definitely see it coming in this month hot and heavy, with all this energy focused in on that retirement angle for you. Fourth house is also mother-father connection. That could be the forefront this month, because you're going to hear me repeat myself when I go up to the full moon there. Mother, father, authority figures in your life. So this might be about a new beginning on the home front, or a new beginning with a parent, or a new beginning with you as a parent, Leo. What does that mean to you, for you? Maybe parenthood is transitioning for you, meaning depending on the age of your child or grandchildren. So there's some sort of transition here, or transformation happening in your fourth house, Leo. And also renovations look really good. Beautifying your space looks really good. Just try not to break the bank, my friends. That would be my only caution with Venus in here. But make sure your space is comfortable. I encourage you, I push you, I challenge you to make your space comfortable. Not by any means possible, but even if it's to bring in more textures or more soft objects, like I'm thinking like pillows or soft fuzzy things. You know, God, you go into the stores now and everything's like fuzzy wuzzy. I don't know why I'm thinking that way, but bring in something plush, something luxurious, something that's going to lift you up and make you smile every time you walk into that room, Leo. So that's part of the focus, my friends, part of it. Also, with Mercury retrograde in here, speaking of renovations, I forgot to mention, so before you paint your entire room or living room blood red or something, maybe, I don't know, maybe tape a couple on the wall. With Mercury retrograde, you might regret your choices, is what I'm getting at. So start small and work your way up. Unfortunately, Mercury is retrograde all month long, you guys, but he will be dancing between your fifth house and your fourth house. So again, I'm not here to preach or anything like that. Just if you're going to do big renovations, hopefully you've already sort of planned those out. That's different. This is something I'm thinking of if you're trying to incorporate something in the month of November, which you still can. Like, the world doesn't stop because of Mercury retrograde. Just make sure you absolutely positively want it, because I can see with Mercury going back and forth, you might be like, ah, crap, I painted too many walls blood red, or I spent too much money on that rug, or I didn't really want to take down that wall. Things like that could happen. But again, is it the end of the world? No. Just keep your receipts if you're purchasing anything for your home, and see if you can take it back, or again, work with what you've already done. You can always work with it. Also, feng shui is not a bad idea. I'm not a feng shui expert, but I always think of feng shui when the fourth house energy comes around. So maybe a little bit of that, Leo. But it's about, again, lighting you up, lifting you up, because Scorpio in the fourth house can feel heavy. Absolutely, it can feel heavy. It can feel intense. And again, if you're sitting around the dinner table and Aunt Betty says something sideways to like get under your skin, just smile and nod and then go outside and have a cigarette. I'm kidding, Leo, but you know what I mean. I also have the feeling that somebody might get under your skin that you either live with, could be a partner, could be a child, could be a relative. I don't know. But I mean, Mercury retrograde in the fourth house, close to also Mars making a conjunction. Some words could be said. So I'll just leave it at that, Leo. So again, try to keep your cool. This energy is squaring your planet's placements point, my friends. So the sun, Mercury, Venus, this new moon even, Mars was in here for the past, 6 weeks or so. He's moving into a better aspect though. I'll get to that in a second. But just keep in mind, people might push your buttons, especially at home, your kids, whatever. This is what I love about astrology. You know now, Leo, so just let it go, let it roll. Like I said, smile, laugh, have a glass of wine. I'm not encouraging smoking or drinking, you guys, but just try to let it roll. It's going to be hard though, because it's in Scorpio. I'm a Leo sun, so I'm also heeding the call here. So, okay, my friends, so that's the fourth house energy. Now the fifth house energy, you're connected to the fifth house, Leo. So you're going to love this as all the planets, the planets, there we go, pile into the fifth house. You're going to instantly feel a mood shift, instantly, Leo. So this energy meshes with you quite a bit more because it trines your, whatever you're watching for, your rising, your moon, your sun, your Venus, your Mars, whatever you're watching for, my friends. So you will like this Sagittarius energy a lot more than say this heavy Scorpio energy. But it, as I mentioned though, it has a purpose. Also, let me backtrack. If anything comes up, my friends, like psychologically from the past, ancestry, roots, wounds, things like that, work with the appropriate practitioner to clear it once and for all. So it could be Reiki, it could be working with a mentor, a teacher, a coach, a counselor, a healer, whatever, Leo. Just please move it out of your body, get it out of your body. Jupiter is also encouraging you to do this along with Neptune and Saturn. I will come back. I'm going to connect the dots here for you because we're going to talk about that grand water trine that's been happening since middle of October. It's going to take us to the end of November. So anyway, I don't mean to bounce around, Leo. Forgive me. I'm just trying not to repeat myself too much by going back and forth here. So we'll come back to that water trine. But anything coming up, it is coming up for a reason. To heal it, to acknowledge it first. Don't push it down. Acknowledge it. Release it. Let it go once and for all and move it out of your body. Easier said than done, I get it. But all of this water energy is really encouraging you to flush it out once and for all so you don't have to, you don't have to pack it with you anymore. Also, some of you could be moving this month too with that new moon energy in your fourth house. Okay, fifth house, Sagittarius. Let's go back to that. So fifth house has you written all over it, Leo. You are connected to that fifth house. It's connected to children, grandchildren, pregnancy, fertility, gambling, entertainment, joy, fun, having a good time, romance, dating, self-expression, and hobbies. The fifth house is the house of what do you want to be when you grow up, Leo? Do you remember that question? What do you want to be when you grow up? Mars, the sun, Mercury retrograde is going to help you reassess this area of life, and also is pouring light heat energy in here as well. So Leo, if you're single, could be full on this month. I'd say put yourself out there, because there's a sexual charged energy once this, again, the sun, Mercury, and Mars move into this area of life for you. Well, Mars is going to be here pretty much all month. I have the dates on the screen here. So Mars is going to be here until middle of December. And it's going to make you fired up in more than one way. Sexually charged, Leo, but also if that doesn't resonate with you, it's that creative spark, that genius spark, something that you can monetize, something that you can pull out of yourself, a side hustle, or channel it into your job, your work, your day-to-day. Or if you're, say, a stay-at-home parent, you can channel it into your kiddos or your grandchildren. I would just encourage you, some of you could be painting. I can see that too, like a blank canvas in front of you. Learning a new hobby, or scrapbooking, or again, anything that lights you up and lifts you up, my friends. So I do like this energy. As I mentioned, you just got to get through this Scorpio energy first. Yes, it's dense. Yes, it's making you put in the work. It's like going through the sludge before you can get to the light and do the funner stuff. It's like doing the house chores and then you can go out and play, Leo, so to speak, or travel, or do whatever you want to do. So this is where I think the focus is going to be. And again, keep in mind, Mercury going back and forth. Did I mention old flames coming back from the past, like old romance, people you haven't seen? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I mentioned that, didn't I? I know, isn't that horrible, Leo? Sorry, these videos, I just talk so much, I don't even know half the time what's coming out. So again, if people, places, things come back from the past, whether it's love or family or whatever, this could actually be a good energy for picking up an old hobby that you maybe put down a long time ago. Time to pick that up again, or reassess it, because again, retrogrades, Jupiter retrograde, Mercury retrograde, and Uranus retrograde for that matter, it's where do you want to pour your energy and effort into? And anything that doesn't light you up and lift you up, again, let it go. Or maybe just put it off to the side if you don't really know what to do with it, Leo. Okay, so that's where I think some of the focus is going to be. Now, forgive me, I am going to jump around a little bit here. So let's go back to that new moon in Scorpio, in that fourth house, on or around the 20th of the month. It's making a beautiful aspect up to Saturn and Neptune in your 8th house of financial resources. This could be a fresh new beginning to your partner's resources, or property or material possessions, or debts, taxes, loans, or how money flows to you, Leo. This could also have something to do with changes in your career. There might be a bit of a shock factor here for those of you that are working. Uranus is back at the top of your sky. This new moon is opposing Uranus, so I'm thinking there might be a bit of a shock factor to this new moon. It might be about you, it might not be. It's hard to say, Leo, because how is this hitting your chart personally? So it could be something connected to the work environment, or your boss, or an authority figure, or again, a parent, mother, father. Could be connected to you, could be connected to a child, could be connected to you as a parent, or something to do with your home life. Just be sure to balance, Leo. Work-life balance, I can see, might be in focus as well, or you might be tested with that as well. And I would just encourage you, don't take on too much, whether it's on the home front or whether it's on the work front. Again, try to balance that if you can, as best as you can this month, to not burn yourself out, my friends. And Leo, I'm just going to put it out there, this new moon is also making an opportunity aspect to Pluto newly in your 7th house of partnerships. So again, if you're single and looking, love could be on the menu, or a new job, or some sort of new contractual agreement. Could be marriage, could be a new business proposition or connection, or meeting a like-minded individual, if that makes sense. Depends on if you're working or not working, or if you're an entrepreneur or business owner, or whatever the case may be. It's the one-to-one connection that could be coming in around this new moon that could benefit you in a big way. But again, Uranus is going to challenge you, Leo, work-life balance, and how this new beginning is going to fit into your new existence, if that makes sense. But yeah, some of you could be attracting in a powerful partner at this time as well, in love or in business, or taking your relationship to the next level. So it could be marriage, could be making another commitment, could be sharing bank accounts, it could be getting a mortgage, buying a house, starting a family, whatever the case may be, business, entrepreneurship, or a client as well, Leo. Okay, let's go up to that full moon in Taurus. Now, this is happening on or around the 5th of the month. And this full moon, yes, it's in your 10th house of career and status and reputation, but it's also shining a spotlight on that 4th house that we talked about. So this whole month, that's why I include the full moon and new moon together in my month ahead, because they're connected usually all the time. Unless the moons shift into different signs, different energies, not opposing one another, that's when the energy changes a little bit. But this month could be about career versus home life. So this full moon again is shining a spotlight on career ambitions versus home life, career versus retirement, your hopes, your wishes, your dreams, your long-term commitments, goals, the legacy you want to leave behind here, Leo, a career that you're trying to get out of and have been maybe trying to get out of since 2018. Because again, Uranus in here is shaking you up, waking you up, and has been since 2018, shaking up your career sector on purpose, Leo. So is it time to move into that business? Is it time to, or maybe some of you, it's time to go back to the corporate job. Maybe you're tired of being a business owner, or maybe you're tired of entrepreneurship. So it's time to go back to a 9-to-5 grind so you can get the benefits and the pension and whatever for your family. So priorities are shifting here this month. And some of them might be new, some of them might be old, right? It's not, I feel like it's a new energy, but it's an old energy. It's like connected to the past somehow. Now, this full moon is making an incredible aspect to the the nodes of the moon that are in your financial sectors, Leo. So this full moon, this ending culmination point could also be connected to mortgages, debts, loans, taxes, anything to do with your finances or material possessions, especially releasing anything. Could be a job, Leo. I do see some of you releasing a job this month, possibly, not for all of you, or releasing material possessions, cleaning out the closets, getting rid of things around your home, your property, your space that you don't need anymore, or clearing out debt, getting rid of debt. Or as I mentioned, excuse me, the connection to the psyche, letting go of things that no longer resonate with you on a emotional, spiritual, psychological level. Actually, that's all your water houses, Leo, too. I know I was talking about your 10th house of career, but I also feel this month, I already mentioned it might feel heavy, because your water houses are heavy, Leo, and you're not a water sign. You don't see eye to eye with your water signs, and that's okay. Again, depending on your chart, I don't know, maybe you're a Leo rising with a stellium in Cancer, or a stellium in Scorpio, or Pisces for that matter. So with kind of your hidden houses highlighted this month with this water trine, again, I don't want to repeat myself and drive you nuts, but it's about releasing what no longer suits. And again, focus on yourself, Leo. What is not working anymore in your life? Where is your time, your energy, your effort, your love, your money, everything? Like, what are you pouring yourself into? It's time to reassess that. This water trine is asking you to do that on multiple levels. Whether it's material, whether it's finances, whether it's spirituality, whether it's your home life, your relationships, your marriage, your job, your commitments, anything, Leo. And keep in mind, this has been ongoing since October. Some of you may feel this, some of you won't. I think you are one of the signs that probably will feel this, Leo, just because it's highlighting the house of endings. 12th house, 8th house, 4th house is technically the energy of endings. Once and for all, cleaning out the closets, getting rid of people, places, things, objects that just don't serve you, Leo. Because guess what? Once you get rid of that, then you're going to start welcoming in what you need, what you want to manifest. Anyway, Leo, I'm going to leave it there. I wish you a fantastic month ahead, and we will see you back here in December. Bye for now. Hey Virgo, welcome to November. Let's talk about all of this concentration of energy in your Scorpio and Sagittarius houses this month. This is where we have all the personal planets packed into two signs or two areas of life for you, Virgo. So we have the Sun, Mercury, Venus, and Mars all packed into your 3rd house, 4th house energy. And also you have a new moon or a new beginning, a fresh new start coming in to your 3rd area of life at the end of the month. So as I'm nattering off all these examples, keep that in mind for a fresh new start in your 3rd house. But also Mercury retrograde is going to be back and forth between your 4th house and your 3rd house. So there's something, Virgo, that you need to reassess, revise, redo, relook at in this area of life. And also Mercury is your ruler, Virgo. So depending on if Mercury is direct in your chart or Mercury is retrograde, if you have Mercury retrograde natally in your chart, Mercury retrogrades usually go a little bit easier depending on how Mercury is actually supported in the birth chart. But if you have Mercury direct in your chart, Mercury retrogrades can be a little bit more challenging for you. Again, not the end of the world though. It is a personal planet, so it always impacts us personally, but you especially and Gemini, because you're both ruled by this planet. So keep that in mind when I'm nattering off examples, Virgo, because it really could be either or, and it depends on your personal birth chart as well. If there's, especially if you have anything from 6 degrees of Sagittarius to 20 degrees of Scorpio. Okay, 3rd house energy. Let's start there. Again, you have a fresh new beginning coming into this area of life on or around the 20th of the month, but it really could happen at any time this month. So 3rd house, this is the lower mind. This is the communication area of life, whether it's speaking or teaching or talking or texting or using technology. It is the house of educational pursuits. So whether you are considering it, going back to school, depending on your age, it could be just a simple course or upgrading your skill set in some way, shape, or form, or polishing your skill set in some way, shape, or form. It is the house of transportation, Virgo. So maybe some of you are buying, selling, upgrading your vehicle or your transportation or however it is that you get around. Classic Mercury retrograde in here, my friends. I'm going to say it. Your vehicle might break down. It might cause problems. Electrical glitches, things like that in however it is that you get around. If you don't drive, again, planes, trains, automobiles, my friends, a retrograde in the 9th house or the 3rd house is kind of a double whammy because those are the houses that rule travel and transportation. So something to keep in mind, not the end of the world, just double, triple check your itinerary. Your way to work might be delayed, so make sure you leave a little bit early. Or double check the route or things like that. Again, not the end of the world here, my folks, or my friends, my folks. Also, speaking of that, if you are signing on the dotted line, say you're buying a new vehicle, I would recommend get that extra warranty or double, triple check all the details, because again, Mercury retrograde could cause a little bit of a snag in the new vehicle or something that you've overlooked, for example. So just, again, not the end of the world. Venus is in here. The Sun is in here for now. And again, not a bad energy to buy a new vehicle. It's just Mercury retrograde will just make it exciting. That's all. So, third house is also siblings, cousins, neighbors, relatives, extended family members, anyone that you call your community, social media, the internet, and it's also travel. Third house is more so short distance travel, but I'm going to include long distance travel in here as well, because I'll get to it in a second. But you got a full moon at the top of, well, almost the top of your sky in your 9th house, which is also highlighting travel. So your education and travel axis is highlighted this month for sure. So if you're traveling this month, Virgo, beautiful energy coming in, but like I said, the Mercury retrograde could cause some snafus and frustrations. Just double check everything and you should be fine. So that's the third house energy, Virgo, where you're going to be welcoming in something new in this area of life. Now, once the Sun and Mercury and Mars pile into Sagittarius, well, Mars is in there, depending on when you're watching this video, he hops in your 4th house on the 4th of November. The Sun joins the party on the 21st, and then Mercury is actually in there. Well, again, depending on when you're watching this video, it's October 29th that Mercury hops into Sagittarius. But again, he'll be back in your 3rd house in no time flat. So 4th house, first of all, Virgo, the Sagittarian energies challenge your energies, my friends. I'm not trying to Debbie Down it. It is what it is. The 4th house squares the 1st house, just like the 10th house squares the 1st house. So, home, family, foundation, roots, ancestry, the past, people that you live with, quite literally your physical foundation of your home, renovating the home, beautifying the home, people that you live with, your parents, your loved ones, your kids, your grandkids, again, whoever you consider family. If you consider friends family, or if you live with friends, again, they're going to be coming into focus. But again, there's going to be a bit of friction here, because anything that pours into your Sagittarius house is going to automatically make squares eventually to your planets, placements, points in Virgo, my friends. Nothing to fear, nothing to worry about. Think of Mars as cleaning out the closet here, okay? He's going to agitate this area of life. He's going to bring the energy up and out and be like, okay, Virgo, let's go. Let's go. Let's clean out the closets. Let's renovate. Let's paint the walls. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's cut and sever something. Some of you could be ending a lease, ending a rental agreement, moving on and away, or again, changing up the structures of your home, my friends. Also, watch your words this month, because we do have Mars coming together with Mercury. So that can be a very sharp, potent energy. So again, I'm not going to preach, but be mindful of how you're speaking to other people and even typing online. Because again, Mercury retro back and forth between the 3rd and the 4th can cause problems with communication as it is. And Mars is going to amp up the energy or the anger or the frustration, and you're going to blah. Guess what? You're going to take your shit out on people that you live with, people that maybe don't deserve it, Virgo. So I'm sorry to be harsh, my friends, but I don't know how else to say it. This is a heads up energy. This is what I love about astrology. Take what resonates, leave the rest. Maybe this isn't even your 4th house, my friends. So double, triple check your chart. If you have any fire placements like Leo or Aries, this is going to light you up like a Christmas tree in a good way. So again, this is where your personal birth chart comes into factor, where you can channel this Mars energy. I do encourage you to get it up and out of the body. Virgo, move it out of your body, because Mars in Sag is active. It's very adventurous. It's like go big or go home. So if you are renovating your home or bringing in change into the home front, double, triple check the details or keep the receipts. Because again, Mercury retrograde can, 1 minute you want to paint your walls fluorescent pink. And then after this retrograde, you're like, what was I thinking? So just double, again, I don't want to tell you to stop everything, because we can't do that during Mercury retrograde. Just, it makes us gut check what we want. And for you, it's something to do with home, family, foundation, or even your parents, if they're still with us. Also, you as a parent, Virgo, might come off really spicy and very active as well. So not a bad idea to get the family active this month. Well, once the sun gets in there, Mars is in there already, but not a bad time to, again, channel this energy into activities that you can do as a family or as a couple, or if you're single and on your own, on doing things on your own, getting active on your own in some way, shape, or form. Also, for those of you open to meeting someone new, Venus in the 3rd house, you could find somebody local. Okay, so if you're open to meeting someone new, definitely it could be full on this month. So yeah, get involved with like local events, networking, rubbing shoulders with people. Again, you have this water trine in your social houses. So put yourself out there if you are looking to meet somebody new, Virgo. Okay, I'm going to quickly come back to the new moon here. I apologize. I know I'm jumping around. I'm just trying to not repeat myself by going to all the different houses and then coming back to them and repeating and repeating and repeating and driving you nuts, Virgo. So new moon in Scorpio on or around the 20th. This new moon, I love the new moon. It's making wonderful aspects to Saturn, Neptune, Pluto, and it's opposing Uranus. So last minute travel plans, last minute getaways, new technology. Again, maybe you have to last minute buy a vehicle, last minute buy that plane ticket or train ticket. Could be a contract, an agreement, a negotiation coming in, something to do with social media, the internet, advertising. Let me see here. Yeah, it's also conjunct Mercury. And Mercury not only rules you, but Mercury is happy in the 3rd house. If you do meet someone new, again, this could really solidify the relationship, which I love. It's like fresh new beginnings. Some of you could be moving because the 3rd house is community, and also the IC floats. So the IC is not always in the 4th house. For example, my IC is in the 3rd house. It's not in the 4th house, depending on the house system, not to confuse you. But I can see some of you moving possibly as well, or having the opportunity to maybe relocate or move. So there's a rebalancing here at this new moon, Virgo, to do with, again, it's a social house. So your relationships. This could be a new, fresh start with a sibling, a cousin, a neighbor, a relative. Again, a new beginning in the community. Maybe you're getting new neighbors, Virgo. That could be a possibility as well. Yeah, I already said new contracts, agreements, negotiations, new connections coming in, new friendship circles coming in. Okay, let's jump up now. New travel opportunities coming in. New educational pursuits coming in. Okay, let's jump up to that full moon in Taurus. Like I said, forgive me for bouncing around here. The dates are on the slide. Full moon in Taurus on the 5th of the month, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. Now, this full moon is making harmonious aspects to you, Virgo. So do you have anything around 13 degrees of your sign? This is going to add in an additional layer. If it's your sun, it's endings and culmination points or next steps with a parent, with a boss or an authority figure, with your career. If it's your moon, it's the home life, which I talked about earlier, home, family, foundation, or again, a parent. If it's your rising sign, it's your identity. It could be your status. It could be something to do with the physical body, or it could be a relationship coming in. But this is a full moon. So again, endings and culminations, usually with a full moon or a next chapter. What I like about this full moon is it's making nice aspects to the north node and the south node in your sign. So I know you've probably heard me say this over and over and over, but the South Node in your sign, Virgo, it's more about releasing and letting go so you can make space once and for all for something new that's trying to come into your relationship sector, your one-to-one connections, where you have Saturn and Neptune. So relationships are not all about love. So again, for those of you looking to meet someone new, it's definitely possible this month, but I'm a believer of you got to put yourself out there. You can't just expect love to show up on the doorstep. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen, because again, Venus in the third house, it could be a neighbor. You know, it could be somebody very close to you already. You just don't know it yet. But I like the energy of putting yourself out there, then you start moving the chessboard pieces around the board, and then spirit can meet you halfway. That's my 2 cents, versus sitting in your house and waiting for them to show up on your doorstep. Because the universe wants to bring to you what you want and desire. But again, how can it do that if you can't let go of the past? Or if you won't push yourself outside of your comfort zone, Virgo? This full moon might make you uncomfortable, especially with Uranus back in this 9th house. It is making flowing, harmonious, aspects to the first house, to you. But with the South Node there, I get it. It can be challenging. But trust me, after this cycle, so the nodes of the moon, I'll make a separate video about this. Well, the nodes, I don't think move on for quite a few months yet. But once this energy moves into your 12th house, that's when you're going to start getting those fresh new beginnings and starts, if you haven't already experienced them. So full moon can shine a spotlight on the opposite end of the spectrum here, Virgo, as well. So again, it's about education, traveling, reaching a higher, wider audience. If you run a business, own a business, meeting new people from all over the globe, pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone, publishing, writing, teaching, mentoring, coaching, training. So educational access is really being highlighted for you this month, Virgo. Learning something new, challenging yourself to learn something new. Some of you can incorporate it into your day-to-day work, or some of you can maybe do a side hustle or something along those lines to benefit you. Some of you could use that as a conversation starter, actually. And maybe some of you will actually meet somebody, whether it's friends or a love connection, in a course, in something that you're taking on this month. And then last but not least, Virgo, I kind of touched on it, the big water trine here, highlighting those relationships, highlighting those friendship circles, people that lift you up and light you up. And this has been happening since middle of October, and it's going to take us well into the end of November. Again, some of you might feel this, some of you won't, because a trine energy is flowing and harmonious energy. So us humans, all we do is focus on the not so good things, right? So, well, as far as I know, most of us do that. I could be wrong. But this water trine is encouraging us to take a step back, and in your case, reassess or look at the blessings that you have in your life right now. And because it's in your social houses, it would be reflecting on the people that you surround yourself with right now and how blessed you are right now with your home and place of living, with your community, with your family and siblings and cousins and neighbors and relatives and your relationships and those one-to-one connections, your marriage, your partner, family, friends, your hopes, your wishes, your dreams, your goals, your commitments. Virgo. So that's what this water trine is asking us to do, is to kind of slow down and focus on what we already have. Because if we all do that, if we all pause for just 60 seconds, just think of the wave of magic rippling through the entire planet. If we all do that, if we just live in the here and now for 60 seconds, and we instantly attract all that abundance and our desires and hopes and wishes and dreams back to us. But for you, Virgo, I'll add in the angle of yes, you do have to let go before you can bring in something new. But it's a process. It's not overnight. It's not a light switch. And with the nodes in your sign, which only come around, the South Node only comes around to you every 18 years, 18, 19 years. So you're right on time, Virgo, to release what you don't need. You have lots of time left to do this if you haven't already done so. And if you've already done so, amazing. Then that means you're moving into that North Node. You're moving into those one-to-one connections, whatever that means to you. All right, Virgo, I'm going to close out there. Enjoy the month ahead, and we'll see you back here in December. Bye for now. Hey, Libra, welcome to November, and let's talk about this concentration of energy in your second house and third house. So I think this is where some of your focus is going to be for the month ahead. So we'll cover that. Obviously, we'll cover the new moon, full moon, and also the water trine that is happening this month for you as well. Well, for all of us, but in different areas of life. So Libra, let's start with the second house. Now, keep in mind when I'm nattering away here that you have a new moon, a fresh new start happening in your second house this month. Also, Mercury is going back and forth between your second house and third house as well. So you are going to revise, redo, reassess something to do with your second house, third house, one or the other, or both. Because again, this is where it comes down to your personal birth chart, Libra. Okay, let's start with that second house. So money is possibly top of mind this month, Libra. I'll come back to it with the new moon and the full moon. The two lunations this month are really highlighting that financial access. Not only your finances, but your partner's finances if you are connected to a partner. But the second house is not only money and finances, it's your material possessions. It's what you personally own. Second house is also work or what you do for a living. Now, if you don't work, then this would be more so tailored to financial resources or material possessions, or again, how does money flow to you? So how do you pay the bills? How do you pay the television bill, your cell phone, whatever the case may be? So how is money flowing into your pocket or into your bank account? Second house is also your value system. It's anything that belongs to you personally, Libra. So keep in mind, again, you have fresh new starts here. With Venus in here, I do like it. Venus is your ruler, by the way. Venus in the second house usually is really good for money and attracting money towards you. So I do like this. She's not connected to the new moon because the new moon is borderline almost into Sagittarius. It's at 28 degrees of Scorpio. But regardless, Venus in here for pretty much the entire month. She's going to help your finances and resources. Also, if you're getting any beauty treatments this month, Libra, like second house is the face. So Venus in here is going to help with that. Also, a new moon in the second house could also mean you're getting a new look. Simple as that. We're getting those Botox, or you're getting your hair done, or whatever, any sort of beauty or beautifying or makes you feel good from the inside out type of treatment is not a bad thing to do this month. But again, I caution you with that Mercury retrograde. If you're going for treatments that you've already done before, shouldn't be a problem. If you're going for a brand new treatment, just make sure it's what you want, because with Mercury going back and forth in the second house, you might regret it. So if you want to get your hair dyed hot pink, well, when Mercury goes direct, you might be like, oh God, what was I thinking? But again, it's you can get that fixed, right? It's more the going under the knife or the needle or whatever you want to call it with those bigger cosmetic surgeries. Just please make sure that's exactly what you want. Also double, triple check the details of what you're getting yourself into, like the side effects I'm thinking, because there might be something that you miss because you're so excited to get it done. So just double, triple check and ask questions as well. Don't be afraid to ask questions, Libra. So that's the second house. Now, once the energy, the sun and, well, Mercury is in Sagittarius right now, but it really depends on when you're watching this video. So Mercury moved into Sag on October the 29th, and he will be here until November the 18th, where he backs up into your second house. So once the sun and, well, Mars is also in here too, but depending on when you're watching the video, Mars hops in here on the 4th in your third house. What I like about this is it's making opportunity aspects, Libra, into your planets, placements, points, whatever you're watching for right now. Now, third house is a busy bee energy. It's a social energy. So it does mesh well with your energy, Libra, being a socialite yourself. And again, part of your purpose, if you're watching for your sun, your moon, your rising, is those one-to-one connections and relationships, whether in business or in love, but in general, your one-to-one connections. So third house is all about your community, who you call your community, your local community, your neighborhood, your neighbors, your siblings, your cousins, your relatives, extended family members. Third house is the mind. It's how you digest and chew on information. Actually, Mercury is very happy in the third house. But I would say, Libra, watch your words. Your words could really be sharp as a razor, especially when Mercury and Mars come together in the sky. It's going to make you very, from a mindset, very sharp, very articulate. If you're in sales or if you have to do a presentation, you're going to be on point, my friends, because again, this is making an opportunity aspect to whatever you're watching for right now. But I have to caution you with the shadow side of this is, you know, the keyboard hero blasting somebody online, or blasting somebody in person, taking it out on a sibling or a cousin or a relative or a neighbor, because Mercury and Mars can cause that friction. But Mercury and Mars coming together is, again, incredible for a sales pitch, incredible for relationships, getting to the bottom of something, working something out, communicating something out with your partner, or educational pursuits. This is the house of education, my friends. So I would encourage you to pour your energy into something constructive like that, rather than let it pent up and get, you know, you could get hot under the collar, quite literally, Libra, with this energy, because Mars is back in a fire sign. He's fired up. He takes big risks in Sagittarius. So just channel this energy appropriately. I'm not telling you what to do, Libra. I'm just kind of giving you a heads up of this type of energy, because it literally is in your communication sector. Also, the third house is transportation and how you get around. Easy on the gas pedal. Mars in the third house can make us road rage type, make us drive really, really, really fast, and then we get a speeding ticket. So again, end of the world? No, but just something to be mindful of, because Mars is very active here, very jittery. So again, if you are learning something new, studying something new, phenomenal energy, because you're going to have the stamina to get through it. And you're going to have Mars in here for, I think, until middle of December. So definitely good energy to take advantage of. And like I said, this should or might bring in opportunities into the career sector, or something to do with friendship circles or like-minded people or networking. Third house is also social media, Libra. And yes, I know, one-to-one connections, I'm always picking up for you, because anything to do with social events or networking, but think local, not so much global. And travel also. Traveling looks great too, Libra, but again, Mercury retrograde, those typical rules apply. There might be delays, there might be snafus and snags and cancellations and things like that. So just double, triple check your itinerary. If you are traveling short distance, long distance, there might be construction, unexpected road closures, things like that. So also pack your patience, I would say, during this retrograde, because I know it's not happening at the best time. And for you, because it is happening in your third house, it's like double whammy. It's kind of like you'll really notice it. Same with technology and gadgets and things like that. They might break down, they might glitch out. Don't panic. Try to wait until the retrograde passes to see if your technology is just, all bugged up and clogged up because of the retrograde, or literally maybe you do need to upgrade your technology and it's kind of the universe nudging you to upgrade something. Same with vehicles, vehicle breakdowns, glitches, the thing, flashing lights on your dashboard, things like that might come up, my friends. So again, don't panic. It is what it is. This is what usually happens in Mercury retrograde, especially in the third house. So do be careful moving around. I'm not saying you're going to get into an accident, but Mercury coming up against Mars in your third house could be a fender bender, my friends. So again, slow down, give yourself patience, notice what you're noticing. And again, I think you'll be fine. I think you're going to be absolutely fine. Again, this is what I love about astrology, is the heads up type of energy. So Libra, with all that said, I know I nattered off a lot, but that's where I think some of your focus is going to be for the month ahead. I'm going to jump back to that new moon, that new beginning in your second house of finances or work. Some of you could be getting a new job because this new moon is making a trine aspect to Saturn and Neptune in your house of how can I be of service. It's also, the second house is like connected to diet, nutrition, what we put in our mouths. The sixth house is quite literally health, diet, and nutrition as well. So it could be a dietary change up. If you are looking to change up your diet, Libra, it's going to stand the test of time. Whatever this health shift that you're doing, it's really going to last because Saturn's involved. Anytime Saturn is involved, it's like, well, Saturn has put a ring on it. It's quite literally the ring. It's the only prominent ringed planet. Yes, I know there's rings around Uranus, but that's different because he's on his side. Saturn is not. Saturn is stability and structure, and that's what you want with a fresh new start. So this could be a new pet, a new contractual agreement, new job opportunities, or if you're not working, how can you be of service? Where can you pour your energy, your light, your passion into, Libra? Where can you help out your local community? Or again, whatever you want to pour your energy into. This new moon, let me see here, is also making a nice aspect to Pluto, newly in your fifth house. So this could be connected to a relationship, new or old. It could be connected to a hobby or a passion project. It could also be connected to a child or a grandchild. One of them could be experiencing a fresh new start around this time as well. So again, around the 20th of the month, but it really could happen at any time because the lunations are connected this month, which I'll get to in a second here. And what else? Yeah, new moon is also opposing Uranus though. So there might be a flavor of expect the unexpected when it comes to your finances and resources, or joint finances and resources that you have with a love relationship or a business relationship. Uranus in here is also asking you, well, the new moon is asking you to balance something to do with your finances. So if you feel like with Uranus moving back into your eighth house, Libra, you might feel shocked by something or instability, or kind of like you were just on a roll with something and then now something to do with your finances has shifted or changed up. Maybe you have more expenses, maybe you have more income, maybe you separated from a partner and that the income has changed, but there's something here in the income stream that might change, whether it's you or it's your partner, or if you're getting alimony, benefits, pension, I don't know, something from a government source or another source. Something could be shifting around these lunations this month. And forgive me, I know I'm bouncing around and kind of mixed messages here, but, mixing the messages of the full moon and the new moon, but the lunation is highlighting your financial access this month. So it really could be either or. And Uranus is going to, now that Uranus is in your 8th house, it's going to make it go topsy-turvy. So you'll have to try to find some stability and balance, Libra. I think you will. But Uranus is there, of course, back in your 8th house to be like, surprise. It's like jumping out behind the couch and it's like, surprise, here's a curveball. Figure it out. So just keep that in mind this month here. So don't break the bank, Libra. But again, it depends on your means. It depends on your financial situation. But I do like that Venus, your ruler, is in the 2nd house. That should help you as well. But Venus here can also make you spend a lot of money. So you see what I mean? The balance needs to possibly come into play this month, or at least consider it, Libra. Okay, let's jump to that full moon that's happening now the 5th of November. Again, forgive me, I'm jumping around, but all the dates are on the slide on the screen here if you want to take a screenshot. Now, this full moon, again, in your 8th house of taxes, debts, resources, finances, property, anything shared, anything to do with who you share a bed with, or if you're single, again, how does money flow to you? Endings and culmination point when it comes to finances, resources, investments, your savings account, your bank account, debts, loans, mortgages, deep psychological change. So if finances doesn't resonate with you, it might have something to do with spiritual, mental, psychological, physical changes of the body. The 8th house is also transformation as well. 8th house is shadow, intimacy, sexuality. It's also the house of fear, power, and control, Libra. So one of those situations might be coming up at this time. If it is psychological, Libra, that's coming up this month, which again could be a possibility with Uranus back in this 8th house, shaking up the shadow, shaking up the wounds, shaking up stuff coming back up from the past or past patterning. This full moon shining a light on it for a reason, and it's making a really nice aspect to the South Node in your 12th house. I like this for working with a counselor, a therapist, talking with a friend, getting it out of your body once and for all. Shifting the energy once and for all, because that's what Uranus also wants you to do back in this 8th house. He's like, look, you only got until April to finally let go of the shit from the past so you can finally move into the new. Forgive my French there. But Uranus has a purpose. Yes, he's uncomfortable. Yes, he makes us uncomfortable. But you're a cardinal energy, Libra. So you're all about fresh new beginnings. They do not scare you. But the South Node in your 12th house is challenging you to let go of something or someone once and for all. Could be a person, place, or thing. I'm also feeling like a material possession because it is your finances here too that we're talking about. Let go of it once and for all so you can welcome in something new. And I get it. It might not happen this month. It might not happen this year. But you are in the process of releasing what no longer serves you, Libra. Some of you, yeah, did I mention some of you? Yes, could be getting a new job this month. I can see that as well. Or changing up your financial structure. Your partner could also maybe be getting a new job too. Or again, their finances could be changing in some way, shape, or form. Or again, their finances could be in the spotlight for some reason. You could also consolidate debt this month as well, or work with a financial advisor and kind of clear out the clutter, reassess everything, reassess your portfolios, things like that. Not a bad month to do that as well. Just keep in mind Mercury retrograde. So make sure you understand if you are signing on the dotted line with anything, just make sure you understand what you're signing up for or getting into. And Libra, this beautiful water trine is lighting up your work houses, your houses of being of service, also your house of status, Jupiter at the top of your sky, which is going retrograde this month. So it could be a variety of things here of the legacy you want to leave behind, how you want to show up in the world, how you want to be of service, your health, your diet, your nutrition, your routines, pets, your day-to-day living, your family, your friends, your loved ones could be involved here as well. And again, financial resources, because the second house there, Scorpio, that we talked about there as well. So this is where all this harmonious energy that technically started in October, middle of October, and then it's moving us into the end of November. Now, some of you will feel this and some of you won't, because trines are flowing harmonious energy. And unfortunately, us humans, we focus on sometimes the negative, the not so good, or, oh, this happened. Oh, this happened. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, I don't like that. So this trine is encouraging you to take a step back and look at what you have. A roof over your head, money in the bank, a job. Even if you don't like your job, then call in a new career. Because Jupiter in your 10th house, Saturn and Neptune in your 6th house, and all this energy in your 2nd house, call in that new job. Some of you could be starting a new job, so apply, put yourself out there, my friends. There could be a job coming back around from the past with Mercury retrograde. And did I mention people, places, things coming back around from the past? Definitely. People you haven't heard from in a long time, friends, family, relatives, old loves, old flings, old flames, all of that could be coming back around from the past. Old educational pursuits, picking up things that you dropped, from an educational or skill set, pick that back up again, or at least look at it again. But Libra, take a step back, appreciate where you're at, even if it's for 60 seconds. I'm grateful for where I live. I have a vehicle to get around with or whatever. I have my kids, I have my grandkids, I have my partner, I have my spouse, I have my house, I have whatever. Just be, I shouldn't say be, I stopped myself there. Try to bring in the energy of I'm grateful for where I am right here, right now. Because guess what? You're going to attract more of that. All right, Libra. That's all I wanted to quickly talk about for the month ahead. And enjoy the month of November, and we'll see you back here in December. Bye for now. Hey Scorpio, welcome to November, and let's talk about the concentration of energy that is in your sign and also in your 2nd house here. So Scorpio, before I get started, if you are celebrating a birthday this month, I want to wish you not only a fantastic day ahead, but also a wonderful year ahead. You're going to be carrying this incredible water trine energy into the entire year ahead, because this is actually going to be embedded into your solar return chart. So it's a snapshot of the year ahead based on your birthday. Now, if you're saying to yourself, well, Stacey, I had a birthday last month though, it doesn't matter. This watery energy was happening last month as well, about middle of, whenever the sun hopped into your sign there. So about mid-October to the end of November is when we're going to have this incredible water trine energy coming in. And yes, you're very blessed, Scorpio. Also Cancerians are and Pisceans are, but they're not celebrating a birthday. You are, my friends. So just keep in mind, you're going to have this energy with you all year long. So I will come back to that. But anyway, Scorpio, let's start with your 1st house, where you have Venus. You have a fresh new beginning in this area of life as well. And you do have the sun there for now. So anything that happens in the 1st house, if you've been watching me for a while, I sound like a broken record. It's anything could happen. So meaning relationships, home, living situation, and your career. Because anything in the 1st house is us personally, physically. It could be something to do with physical appearance, like changing up your appearance. Could be something to do with your identity. So it depends on if you're working or not working. What is your identity wrapped up in? For some of us, it's our family, it's our friends, it's our loved ones, it's our kids, it's our relationships, or it's our work. It's whatever we do from a 9 to 5, or it could be something to do with hobbies or whatever lights you up and lifts you up, Scorpio, from the inside out. It's the health and well-being of the body. So focus could be on that this month. First house is, again, connected to big life major shifts and themes. It's how you approach your life, your existence, your purpose on this planet. All of that could be going through some transition and change for the month ahead. But not only that, it's probably going to ripple out to the next 6 to 12 months, because again, you have a fresh new start in your first house. So again, it really could be anything that you put your focus onto. You have Venus in your first house, so you are very, very attractive and magnetic, Scorpio. And the crazy thing is, you already are. You like attract people towards you. But because you are a Scorpio, you probably already know this, you attract the good, the bad, the ugly, and the beautiful. You attract everything to you. That's just how Scorpio operates. So with Venus here, it's going to amp up that energy, my friends. So I'm going to say, if you are open to meeting someone new, if you are looking, by the way, you know, it could be full on this month. Absolutely. You could attract in that partner this month, and you might not have to put in a lot of effort, because Venus in your first house just makes you naturally attractive, my friends. So, and again, you have this all year long, because it's going to be, Venus is going to be in your solar birth chart for the entire year ahead. So this is really nice energy coming in. Now your second house, that also I think is going to take focus this month. So this has anything to do with your 9 to 5, your work, your day-to-day, your finances, resources, material possessions, anything that belongs to you, and also your value system could be up for possibly some revisions or some epiphanies or some aha moments here. Also something to do with your work. For those of you that do work, it's like going through a revision, revising something. Mercury going back and forth between your first house, second house, you need to relook at something, or that's what this planet is asking you to do anyway. Could be also something to do with friendship circles, networking, people that you're connected with, finances, resources, what we talked about. For those of you that are connected with a partner, could be business or in love, they could be reassessing their finances as well, or there needs to be some adjustments in that area of life with whoever you are connected to from a business, financial, or marital standpoint, for example. Mars in the second house, I'm just going to put it out there, Scorpio, it can make you spend a lot of money. Mars can burn a hole in our pockets, quite literally, when he's moving through a financial house. So just keep that in mind. Again, I'm not here to preach and tell you how to blow your money or whatever, or spend your money. But Mars in here could also make you laser focus on your finances and resources, and you know what's coming in, what's going out, so to speak. So there could be an additional focus on that. Also, Mars here can make you really laser focus on your career, or again, whatever you do for work. Now, if you're not working, how are you being of service? Because Mars rules your sixth house of work, of being of service, Scorpio. So if that doesn't resonate with you, this could be, again, putting the focus on money, finances, resources, material possessions, or putting your energy and effort into a bigger collective effort, whatever that means to you or for you. Because Mars and Sag is going to make all of us super restless. So I encourage you to channel this energy out of the body, however you want to do that. I'll leave that up to you, but just get it out, because we don't want, especially you being a water sign, you don't want that pent up energy. You are ruled by Mars, by the way, so you are used to it, but Mars functions differently in a water sign versus a fire sign, if that makes sense. Like Mars also rules Aries, your sixth house, but he can express himself and get it out of the body. Mars in a water sign internalizes it. So I just don't want you to internalize a frustration or anger, Scorpio. Get it up and out of your body, for example. So fresh new beginnings, like I mentioned, in that first house. So it really could be any area of life, but whatever it is, it's connected to you, for you. It's also making really nice aspects, Scorpio, and forgive me, I'm bouncing around here. The dates are on the slide here. I'm just trying not to repeat myself. But the new moon is making a trine aspect to Saturn and Neptune in your 5th house. So again, romance, dating could be on the menu if you are looking and open to meeting someone new. Saturn, I like, he solidifies the relationship or the romance or the spark or whatever this is. Now, if romance dating doesn't resonate, this would be like a creative project, a creative endeavor, or something to do with your kids or your grandchildren. They could also be experiencing a new beginning at this time as well. Let's see here. Now, this new moon, again, on or around the 20th of November, is opposing Uranus that's newly back in your 7th house of relationships. So Scorpio, I have no doubt since 2018, your relationships have been a roller coaster ride, or a little bit shocking or disruptive, or whatever the case may be. Now, I'm not judging you, Scorpio. That's literally Uranus's job. Uranus comes into the 7th house, shakes up, wakes up your relationships. There could be quite a different dynamic in your relationship as well. And Uranus in the 7th house can also change up the type of person that you're attracted to. You might be attracted to somebody who's like otherworldly or quite out there, or just a different type that you are attracted to. So normally you go after, an A partner. Well, now you're going after like a Z partner, somebody that's totally opposite, usually say a decade ago, you would not even look twice at. So Uranus is trying to, has already, I should say, woken you up from this perspective on what exactly type of partner do you want to get into bed with. But it's deeper than that with you, Scorpio. It's not superficial or surface level. It's more of that soul connection that you are looking for. So whatever this new beginning that starts this month for you, Scorpio, Uranus across the street in your relationship sector is asking you to bring in that balance, because Uranus is now tipping the scales. So it's not about going overboard with your partner in business, in love, with family, with friends, whoever. It's about bringing in that balance and being selfish and thinking about yourself, Scorpio. I hope that makes sense. But because this is on the 1st and 7th house axes, it's definitely connected to a relationship, an existing partner, a new partner, an old partner, somebody you've known for many years, or like I said, family, friends, loved ones, whatever the case may be. Or again, contracts, agreements, negotiations connected to the career sector, for example. Okay. And yeah, this new moon is also connected to Pluto newly in your 4th house. Could also have something to do with changes on the home front. I'm going to throw that out there too. Family, friends, loved ones, roots, ancestry, where you came from, the past. That could be also ingrained with this new beginning as well, Scorpio. Like I said, new beginnings in the 1st house could really be anything. I would just say manifest what you want, because you're a massive magnet manifester this month, Scorpio, if you haven't already caught my drift here. Call in, I would say, whatever it is that you want and desire. Okay, I want to double check. Okay. Now, let's move to, I know I'm jumping around here, full moon in Taurus. Again, I'm going to repeat myself here. The lunations this month, again, are highlighting you. It's putting a spotlight on you, Scorpio, because full moons not only highlight the house they're in, which is your 7th house of partnerships, but it's shining a spotlight in its opposite sign. So that happens to be you, Scorpio. So again, contracts, marriage, legal matters, legal paperwork, legal situations, business partnerships, relationships in general. It's anything to do with your one-to-one connections. So again, family, friends, loved ones, whoever. That is coming up for either introspection, revision, relook at those relationships and those one-to-one connections. I encourage you to make sure they still lift you up and light you up from the inside out. This is endings and new beginnings with relationships in general, Scorpio. And what I like about this full moon is that it's talking to the nodes of the moon. So the nodes of the moon are in Pisces and Virgo for you, but the nodes bring in like a faded destiny type of feel. So again, North Node in your 5th house. Scorpio, this is like a recipe for getting connected with somebody that's just faded. It's like a faded encounter. This is also faded endings, my friends. Now, please don't panic. If you're in a solid relationship, obviously I'm not talking to you, but it's still in your relationship sector, my friends. So something in your relationship does need to evolve. Now, it could be starting a family or moving in together. Again, taking that next step, or meeting someone new, or for some of you, I feel like there's like some sort of adventure that needs to be attached here, like reignite that flame, Scorpio, in you. For those of you that are connected with someone right now, it's about reigniting that spark. What brought you together in the first place? I also encourage you, Scorpio, to, with your partner, get connected from a hobby standpoint, because your 5th house is lit up here. Again, it's part of this big water trine. Get connected again to your partner, whether they're new or current, or they've been with you for a while. Do something together. Dive into something new. You know, that Mars and Sag is going to make you take those risks. Just don't put yourself in danger, my friends. Like Mars and Sag is like jumping out of an airplane, bungee jumping and things like that. So, I mean, you do you, Scorpio, but it could be anything. I mean, you are the sign of taboo. So, I mean, it could be going on like a haunted walk. It could be, as I'm recording this, it's before Halloween, so I can't help but say that. But doing something together that pushes the limits a little bit, pushes you both outside of your comfort zone. It could be cooking. It could be going to a foreign land, foreign shore, a country you've never been to. Just something. Also, you are the sign of sexuality, so I can't ignore that either. I'm thinking like Tantra or getting reconnected again from a sexual standpoint, Scorpio, because again, this is going to fire you up. You got Mars. Well, Mars was in your sign for quite some time, so that really is a sexually charged energy. Venus in your sign is as well. It's for all of us, but for you, it just charges that, amps up that energy even more, my friends. So again, not all of that is going to happen to you. I'm just trying to spit out some examples of what may or may not resonate for you. Again, take what resonates, leave the rest, my friends. I don't have your chart in front of me. So I want to also, if I didn't mention, this is also a good opportunity, Scorpio, of letting go of friendship circles, groups, networking, goals, commitments that you don't need anymore. Now, I'm not saying like cut off the person and see you later. You can do that, but just make sure you're surrounding yourself with people like-minded individuals. And you don't have time anymore for people that bring you down. South Node in your 11th house, like, let's go. Let's get rid of people, places, things that don't light you up, lift you up from the inside out. So it's also about looking at your social circle and people that you surround yourself with and bringing in possibly new people that can help you look at life from a new lens, from a different perspective. Again, Uranus in your 7th house, you're going to attract in unusual people. And I don't think I'm telling you anything new because you've had this energy since 2018 with Uranus in your 7th house. So embrace that, Scorpio. You probably already have. Anyway, last but not least, this water trine, this water energy, again, connecting you, your 1st house. So your physical appearance, your identity, the body, the health and well-being of the body, how you're taking care of your vessel, major life themes. Again, this could bleed into your career, your home life, or your partnership sector. It's your approach to life. If it's your sun sign, it's something to do with the career, the purpose of your life, connected to, again, that 5th house of romance, dating, sexuality, hobbies, projects, things that light you up and lift you up from the inside out. 5th house is also kids as well. So kids, grandchildren. By the way, some of you, pregnancy could be on the menu. But obviously I can appreciate not everybody is in that age range of having kiddos. 5th house is also grandkids as well. So there could be blessings coming in throughout the whole year for you, Scorpio, to do with children, working with children, having children, starting a family. Or again, Saturn in the 5th house puts a ring on it. Finding a committed partnership or a committed twin flame or a soulmate, whatever you want to call it. Neptune here can bring that in as well. 5th house is also luck. Sometimes it's hard to find luck though with Saturn here, but it's a flowing energy. So it's like things fall into place with Saturn and Neptune here. And you have the North Node here as well. Flowing up to Jupiter in your 9th house. So this is reaching a higher, wider audience. For those of you that are like entrepreneurs or business owners, this is an educational aspect too. So this is going back to school, learning something new, becoming the teacher, the mentor, the elder, the coach for other people, like teaching other people. And I'm not saying, you know, you're old, Scorpio, like you can be a teacher at any age. This is also about, again, you could find love internationally. You could find love not in your local space. You definitely could, but I'm seeing this as connecting with like-minded souls across borders or from a great distance, across land, across sea, across on the other side of the world. It's connecting with a bigger group of people, expanding your horizons. This is also traveling. Could be short distance, but Jupiter in the 9th house is usually a connection to long distance traveling, or at least away from your local community or your local vicinity, your city, state, town. Yeah, and see, Jupiter rules your 5th house and your 2nd house too. So again, work opportunities coming in. You know, Jupiter hopefully is expanding your pocketbook as well, expanding that romantic lens, hobbies, interests, things that light you up, lift you up, blessings coming into your family, blessings coming into your children's lives, your grandchildren's lives. Like, oh, Scorpio, I could go on and on here, but I see I'm already at like 20 minutes. Anyway, Scorpio, incredible energy for you, not only for the month ahead, but again, you're going to carry this with you for the next 12 months. So please keep that in mind. That is something to smile about. And if you're saying to yourself, well, Stacey, I have nothing to smile about, then you know what I challenge you to do right now is stop what you're doing, take a beat, take a step back, look around at your life. What do you have around you that you can be thankful for? Name 3 things. Say it out loud, feel it in your body. There's got to be something, Scorpio, that lights you up, lifts you up from the inside out. So I encourage you to focus on that because it's just going to attract more into your life, right? It's so easy to focus on the rough stuff, Scorpio. I get it. It's so easy. But I'm challenging everyone this month to focus on the good. Focus on what you already have in front of you. A roof over your head, money in the bank, a job, family, friends, loved ones around you, your kids, your grandchildren, your parents, your grandparents, whoever and whatever, your cat, your dog, whatever, Scorpio. Anyway, I don't want to get too preachy, my friends, but enjoy the month ahead, and we'll see you back here in December. Bye for now. Hey, Sagittarius, welcome to November, and let's talk about the month ahead for you. Now, I'm going to break down the 2 areas of life where we have all this concentrated energy, all these personal planets. So the Sun, Mercury, Mars, and Venus concentrated in your 12th and 1st houses. Also keep in mind, Mercury retrograde is going to be very important for you, Sag, and also for the Scorpios as well, because Mercury is going back and forth, asking you to reassess something in your 12th house, your 1st house, or both. I think it's going to be a little bit of both, but again, it comes down to your personal birth chart. If this is happening in your 1st house or your 12th house or whatever you're watching for right now. So, Sag, also before I forget, how can I forget? Your birthday season starts this month. So if you are celebrating a birthday this month, Sag, I want to wish you a wonderful day, but not only that, a wonderful month and a wonderful year ahead. So, Sag, let's start with your 12th house. Keep in mind you have a new moon here that is making incredible aspects to Saturn and Neptune down in your 4th house, a home, family, foundation. So this new beginning this month could have a flavor of that. But not only that, this new moon is opposing Uranus in your 6th house, newly back in your 6th house, Sag. So you've had Uranus in your 6th house since 2018, but he's back in here to shake up and wake up something in this area of life. So let's first get started with your 12th house. 12th house is a more hidden, quiet type of energy. Sag, take a break this month. Like, you've probably been go, 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 go. So I might have said this last month with the sun moving into your 12th house. If you can take a beat, take a break. Now, if you already did that last month, great. If you haven't yet done so, take advantage of this energy in your 12th house to kind of take a step back, decompress, heal, do what you got to do a detox or whatever the case may be. Because as soon as the sun touches your rising sign, Sag, you'll feel it. You probably already feel this. We got Mars in your sign, so I mean, what am I talking about? But Mars is in your sign on the 4th of the month until middle of December. Mercury is in your sign, depending on when you're watching this though. Mercury moves into your sign on the 29th of October. And then obviously the sun joins the party on or around the 21st of the month. But anyway, 12th house. Sorry, I'm all over the map here, Sag. 12th house energy. Preparing for a brand new cycle. The focus is more so on wrapping something up or endings or letting something go. It's a sort of reflection period. Where is your time, your energy, your effort being spent? Again, and Mercury retrograde is going to be coming back in here, helping you do that, reassess that. 12th house is awakenings. It's spirituality. It's spiritual growth or evolution. It's dreams. It's solitude. It's healing. And it's also your hidden gifts, talents, and abilities. Healing could be on multiple levels, Sag. I feel, for you especially, because you are ruled by Jupiter. It's you also rule the house of the gods, so you are closest. You're one of the signs closest to the top of the sky, the gods, and you pull down, you pull in that energy, almost like a channel. So it's time to, with your ruler going backwards, Jupiter, and Mercury retrograde into your 12th house, and also come back to this big water trine as well. You're really being asked to slow down, Sag. I know this isn't going to apply for all of you. I know you're probably thinking, well, I want to go, 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 go. And that's fine. But just if you notice yourself hitting a wall and you're like, oh my God, I'm not going anywhere. Again, your ruler is backwards, I believe, until March of 2026. Plus Mercury is retrograde in your sign, Sag, for the whole month. Yes, he's going to back into your 12th house, but still, he's going to be very close to your energy. So if you have to do any big launches or anything big this month, I would encourage you to go slow if you can. I get it. We can't stop. The world doesn't stop with Mercury retrograde. But because Mercury is touching your first house, this is really asking you to slow down and redo, revise, reassess something. First house, it could be anything. It really could be anything. But that 12th house, oh my goodness, that 12th house energy, holy cow. It's been a long day of yakking. The 12th house energy is asking you to pull it in and go deeper because it is Scorpio. Your 12th house is ruled by Scorpio. So again, it could also be a little bit of shadow work or triggers this during this Mercury retrograde as well. Now, once the sun, like I mentioned, the sun, Mercury, well, Mercury, Mars are already in your first house, depending on when you're watching this. This is all about you. This is about your health and well-being. It's about how you're taking care of your body, your vessel. It's your outlook on life. It's the lenses, the glasses that we wear. It's how you project yourself onto life or your partner or in your job or career or whatever the case may be. It's how we navigate the first house is like, it's tied into our identity. So it's like how we navigate the world. So you, Sagittarius, are in the spotlight, but I'm going to be honest with you. It might be a bit of a mixed bag. You know, one day you might be feeling jazzed up and great. And then the next day you might need to take a break, take a beat, take a step back. And it's because of that retrograde energy. Now, Mars in your sign is definitely going to wake you up and shake you up and make you very active and even jittery, like move it out of your body type of thing, Sag. But like I said, I can't ignore that heavy 12th house energy. And you have, again, a brand new beginning here that could be connected to something to do with home, family, foundation, your kids, your family, ancestry, the roots, your past. And Uranus across the sky from this new beginning could be shakeups, wake-ups in the work environment or your job, whatever you do from a 9 to 5. Uranus is back in your house of how can I be of service? So it's about changing that up or incorporating something new into your day-to-day routine. This could also have something to do with pets or animals. Diet, health, nutrition as well could be wrapped up in this new moon. Whatever this is, this fresh new beginning. Again, Sag, it might be a quiet. You might not even notice this. It could be a psychological shift and you don't even notice it. Yeah, 12th house energy is hit or miss. It really depends on, well, again, it really depends on your personal birth chart, but the 12th house can be quite quiet. So whatever this new beginning is, it's asking you to rebalance something to do with your self-care versus doing everything for everybody else. Whether it's job, family, friends, running here, running there, blah, 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 your clients, I could go on and on. So it's rebalancing that this month, Sag. Also, I can see some of you could be dating in secret. This is like love coming in behind the scenes. This is like having a relationship behind the scenes. I might have said that last month with Mars and Scorpio. Yeah, when the personal planets move through that 12th house, I'm going to put it out there. It is an opportunity to start a relationship in secret or get to know somebody in secret or doing something in secret, doing something naughty in secret. I'm not here to judge, Sag. I probably said this last month, or I hope I did. It's pretty common when I see this in my clients' charts. I'm like, oh, okay, just kind of heads up. I think it's going to be you, Sag. It could be your partner, but again, I'd have to see your partner's chart. But it could be you, my friends. It could be you. Whether you're married or not, I don't care. The opportunity might present itself to connect with somebody new. So if you are single, open, looking, I would say put yourself out there. New moon in your 12th house, possibility. There's definitely a possibility there. Okay, now let's jump to the full moon. I don't want to repeat myself. I'm going to try not to, Sag. It'll drive you nuts. But the full moon this month is again highlighting that 6th house. So this is endings, culminations in this area of life. And it's shining a spotlight into your 12th house. So that's why I do the lunations in my videos together, because they're usually connected. It could be either or, because again, it depends on your personal birth chart and if these are your true 6th and 12th houses. But a full moon shines a spotlight across the street. So again, your 12th house is being highlighted here. Or again, endings, culminations, or a next chapter with your work, how you are showing up, how you're showing up in the world, how you're being of service, your duties, your responsibilities to, you fill in the blank, family, friends, loved ones, clients, your health and well-being, diet, fitness, health, pets and animals, your habits, whether they're good or bad, Sag. This area of life covers that. So something could be coming to a culmination point, like, oof, maybe you need to finally cut something out of your diet. This is also, again, a wake up, a shake up in your work environment. Change it, people coming, people going, changes in the routines of the work environment could be coming in this month as well. I love this full moon because it is making a connection to the south node in your 10th house and the north node in your 4th house. So there could be a destined, fated feel to this full moon. And again, I have the dates on the slide here, Sag. So forgive me if I'm not rambling off the dates. They are on the slide here. So take a screenshot if you want. But this full moon, like some of you I can see are there's changes in the job, whether you're leaving a job, a contract is ending, something is definitely shifting with regards to your status and what you're known for, if that makes sense. It's about a release point. Could also be about something to do with you as a parent or one of your parents. It could be endings and new beginnings with a parent. Endings and new beginnings on the home front too. Some changes could be coming in with regards to people that you live with, people in your local vicinity, like under the same roof, so to speak. This also might stir emotions of something to do with property or moving or people that you live with. Like it might feel restless, but it might not, Sag. I'm just throwing it out there because the nodes are challenging you. All the mutable signs are being challenged by the nodes of the moon. It's not going to be forever. You know, the nodes will eventually move into Aquarius and Leo next year. And, you know, I'll talk about it. I'm going to make a separate video about that. But that's why I'm also thinking that this full moon might trigger something. And it is a full moon. So again, think endings, releasing, letting go of just what doesn't work for you anymore, Sag. Okay, now I want to, or again, this full moon might shine a spotlight back on that 12th house. So again, preparing for a new cycle, letting things go. Where is your time, your energy, your effort being spent? Spirituality, what you do behind closed doors, shining a spotlight on shadow work, moving through shadow work, moving through old wounds, psychological situations, things like that could also be coming up around this full moon. Now this water trine, I want to cover off here, Sag. This is connecting that 12th house to your 4th house, to your 8th house. Now this energy actually started middle of October, and it's going to take you into pretty much the end of the month. So this is a really nice, harmonious energy. But again, some of you will feel this, some of you won't, because that's the thing about trines. Sometimes we don't feel them at all. It's because it's easy flowing energy. It's a day that just goes well. It's a work day that goes well. It's just a nice flowing energy. But unfortunately, us humans, what do we focus on? We focus on the not so good stuff. So what I'm challenging everyone to do this month in particular is take a step back, reassess, and look at where you are here and now, and look at the journey, look how far you've come. You know, appreciate the people around you, a roof over your head, money in the bank, a job, an income, family, friends, loved ones, children, grandchildren, your pets, your animals, your friends, whatever it is, Sag. I'm just challenging everyone to kind of take a breath, because like I said, trines, it depends on how this is hitting your chart, because I'm not sure if you'll feel it or not, but this energy is connecting your finances, your partner's finances, how money comes to you, whether it's through a job, government, alimony, a partner, a business partner, a marital partner, whatever the case may be. Also, your partner's finances might get a boost this month, actually, or it might have happened last month as well. But anyway, a mortgage coming through, consolidating debt, getting rid of debt. Eighth house is also deep psychological change, big life changes, connecting to, again, that 12th house of the psyche, of behind closed doors, connecting down to your 4th house, a home, family, foundation, roots, ancestry, the past, self-care, renovations, moving. So I'm not sure, maybe Sag, you're considering that as well, or that might be flowing in this month as well, how you can change up your living space or situation to make things a little bit more comfortable, I would say. So that is pretty much all I wanted to kind of bring to your attention this month, Sag. But anyway, Mars in your sign, Mercury retrograde, Sun coming into your sign this month. Again, hopefully this will bring you light, heat, energy, motivation, passion, drive. But like I mentioned, it could be a mixed bag with that Mercury retrograde, with Jupiter retrograde. Don't be afraid to take a step back. Don't be afraid to go slow this month or take it easy this month. You don't need to push hard this month. But on the other side, Mars might make you go hot and heavy with something, Sag. So again, channel this out of your body. Excellent time to start exercise routines or regimes or whatever the case may be. Go after whatever you want this month, Sag, because Mars in your sign is going to give you that drive to go after whatever it is that you want. So Sag, enjoy the month ahead, and we will see you back here in December. Bye for now. Hey Capricorn, welcome to November, and let's talk about the concentrated personal planet energy in your 11th house and 12th house for the month ahead, Cap. And we're also going to talk about this incredible water trine that is very beneficial for all the water signs, but also all the earth signs. Now I'm not saying if you are a fire sign or air sign, you're like out to lunch and you don't benefit. But what I'm looking at, Capricorn, is your sun, moon, rising, or whatever you're watching for, and the water signs, in particular Scorpio and Pisces, is pouring in opportunities towards you. So like, look at all that opportunity coming in from Saturn, from Neptune, from the North Node, South Node, New Moon, Venus, Mercury, Sun. So it's like tons of opportunity could be coming your way, Capricorn, but you will make the choice and the decision to let it pass you by, because you don't need to take on everything, Cap, or grab onto those opportunities that resonate with you the most. So anyway, let me dive into your 11th house. Let's start there. Keep in mind, Capricorn, this month you have a brand new start in your 11th house of Scorpio. So this might be about you, or it might be a fresh new beginning for a older sibling, if you do have an older sibling. 11th house is also friendship circles, groups, networking, community, memberships that you belong to. It's who you surround yourself with, Capricorn, by choice. Or maybe not by choice. Hopefully with Mars moving through this sign for the past 6 weeks or so, maybe you cut and severed some friendship ties, or some connections to some groups or distance yourself from some of these groups, but that would have already possibly happened for you, with you, if this is your true 11th house. But anyway, 11th house, people that you surround yourself with, your role within these groups as well. 11th house is your hopes, your wishes, your dreams, your long-term commitments and goals. 11th house is about gains from your career sector. It's also social media, networking, the future, what lights you up, lifts you up, what supports you, Capricorn. So that's where some of your focus is going to be, I think, this month, but also keep in mind, so I don't repeat myself, you have a new moon here on or around the 20th of the month at 28 degrees Capricorn. So if you have anything at 28 degrees of Cap, this is going to add in an additional layer for you. So if it's your sun sign, it could be a career opportunity. If it's your moon sign, it could be something to do with the home front, mother, father, authority figures in your life as well. Could be fresh new starts for them. If it's your rising sign, it's your identity, or it could be a relationship coming in as well, or a new beginning, a fresh new start in a relationship, a current one, a new one, an old one, whatever the case may be, or a new identity shift. Could be a new identity shift with a group of people that you're hanging out with too, Capricorn. Maybe you found a new like-minded group of souls that you've connected with. It could be that as well. Now, once the sun moves into this area of life and brings in that light heat energy, Mars is going to be in your 12th house for the next, month and a half approximately. Mercury moved into your 12th house on October the 29th. So I guess it depends on when you're watching this video. And then keep in mind, he will be going back and forth between your 11th house and 12th house. Now, the 12th house is a hidden house. It's about rest. It's about healing. It's about taking care of yourself, Capricorn. This is about endings, more so a focus on endings. But I mean, what comes after an ending? It's a fresh new start, a fresh new beginning. Mercury in here as well is going to make you reassess where your time, your energy, and effort is being spent. And love, for that matter, too. Like, are you pouring love and energy and effort into a friendship, into a relationship? And it's just like you're the one doing everything, Capricorn. So you might be reassessing that, reassessing your role in a relationship, in a friendship, with yourself, a relationship with yourself. How do you talk to yourself, Capricorn? This is also your thoughts, the mind. This is the unconscious meeting the conscious mind. This is deep psychological. I'm feeling like stress in the body that could be coming back up. Mars in here is going to shake you up, wake you up. Also, Mars in the 12th house, I have to admit, it's hard to get a decent night's sleep, Capricorn. If this is your true 12th house, Mars rolling around here is going to challenge you to get into a proper sleep routine if you haven't already done so. It's like your sleep habits, your health habits could be involved here as well. Your home life. It could be your sacred space, like the bedroom, like the 12th house is like behind, what do you do behind closed doors? I'm going to be honest, Capricorn, with the personal planets coming into your 12th house, this could be dating in secret, or having a sexual relationship in secret, or getting to know somebody in secret. Now, again, I'm not here to judge or whatever. The energy is there. So whether you're married or single or whatever the case may be, common law, there could be someone coming in, or I'm going to say a temptation that comes in. Not for all of you, but for some of you. Venus in your 11th house also this month can bring in love if you're open through a friendship or a group or a networking event, or rubbing shoulders with like-minded individuals, or the internet, because the 11th house is the internet as well. But somebody could also hook you up with a friend or somebody that they know. Or even an older sibling, either might be dating somebody new, or an older sibling might be connecting you with someone. like hooking you up with someone or setting you up on a blind date or something like that, Capricorn. Obviously, that's if you're single and looking. Venus in the 11th house can also bring in benefits from friendship circles and groups and affiliations and associations, like I mentioned. Also bringing in gains from the career house. So hopefully this Venus in here should benefit you from that perspective. Let's see here. Yeah, solitude, healing on multiple levels, re-looking at life purpose or your next steps. It's almost like strategizing, Capricorn, with Mars rolling around in your 12th house as well. But anyway, hopefully, Capricorn, that kind of paints a picture of some nuggets of information that hopefully resonate for the month ahead with 11th house, 12th house matters. Also, this could be about studying something behind the scenes. Like this is your hidden gifts, talents, and abilities as well coming into focus. Reassessing your work, reassessing of how you want to be of service, reassessing educational pursuits, picking back up an educational pursuit or course that you bought. So all of that could be coming into focus this month for you, Capricorn. Now, I'm going to go back to that new moon. Like I mentioned, it is in the 11th house. So again, friends, groups, affiliations, associations, social media, fresh new starts. But what I like about this new moon is that it's making a trine to Saturn, your ruler, and Neptune back in your 3rd house. So there's an additional layer or connection here about community, like-minded individuals, crystallizing something into form. Like Saturn has put a ring on it. Saturn is commitment. Saturn is bringing it down to earth into form. He is the builder. You are one of the builders of the zodiac, Capricorn. You and Aquarius, because you're both ruled by Saturn. So again, it's a social house. Actually, all of your social houses are being lit up by this water trine. But in particular, this new moon could be layered in with something to do with a sibling. I know I mentioned earlier an older sibling. 3rd house is siblings in general, family, neighbors, community, transportation, how you get around, social media. Again, I know I mentioned that already. 11th house, 3rd house is social. So it could be social 101 connections or online connections, Capricorn. Again, educational pursuits, because it is the 3rd house of the mind, how you digest and chew on information. I'm also, Capricorn, thinking something to do with publishing, writing, teaching, mentoring, coaching, and putting yourself out there, like reaching a higher, wider audience could be on the menu as well with regards to this new moon, new beginning type of energy. This new moon is also opposing Uranus that's back in your 5th house. But Capricorn, this isn't anything new. This energy of Uranus has been with us since 2018 in your 5th house, shaking up and waking up this area of life. So Uranus is asking you to balance these 2 houses out here. So 11th house, 5th house, actually, those are some of the lighter houses of the zodiac, I'm gonna say. Excuse me. 5th house is children, grandchildren, love, romance, dating, sex, creativity, self-expression, hobbies, side hustles. It's what lights you up and lifts you up. Also, Capricorn, both lunations this month could be a fertility trigger here. So this is pregnancy. This is starting a family. This is like surprise. That could be a possibility. Not for all of you, obviously, depending on your age, or it could be, again, grandbabies maybe coming in. But there's a rebalancing here, as I mentioned, that Uranus is asking you to do. Now that he's back in the 5th house, he's kind of like tipping the scales. And then the new moon in Scorpio is asking you to rebalance it with something. So again, both houses are very lighthearted and fun and joyful. But I guess there is a possibility, Capricorn, of getting carried away with, you fill in the blank, partying too much. It's like I'm picking up like drunk love, you know, showering your partner with all these luxuries and vacations and all these things that, Capricorn, maybe you don't need to spend your money on. But again, I'm not here to preach. I'm just trying to give you some examples of how to rebalance this. Balancing your family, your children with friendship obligations or networking obligations or you know, any sort of group or affiliation that you're connected to. It's about rebalancing these two axes this month. Which leads me into, yes, I know I'm bouncing around, Capricorn. I have the dates on the slide here. So that's the new moon energy, but bouncing now back to your 5th house, you do have a full moon here. So that's why I combine my new moon and full moon forecasts in the same video, because it's really about the whole month ahead. You could have endings and new beginnings in the 11th house. You could have endings and new beginnings in that 5th house that I described. So it could be either or. So we do have a full moon in Taurus on the 5th of November. The full moon is fairly quiet unless you have something around 13 degrees of Capricorn in your sign. So if it's your rising sign, this could have something to do with, again, romance, dating, sexuality, getting to know a partner, taking the next step with a partner. You do have Jupiter in your house of commitments, making a commitment to someone. Again, endings and new beginnings with a child, a grandchild, your hobbies, how you express yourself, Capricorn, vacations, joy, anything along those lines. If it's your sun sign around 13 degrees, this could layer in career situation. Again, endings and new beginnings with the career. If it's your moon sign, it's endings and new beginnings, possibly on the home front or like your place of living, so to speak. But yeah, if it's your rising sign, it really could be anything, because the rising sign touches all areas of life, but it does make an aspect to your love line in Cancer there, if you are a Capricorn rising. So Capricorn, let's now jump to, oh, I forgot to mention, the full moon makes an aspect to the nodes of the moon. So the nodes of the moon are in your education axis, Capricorn, like I mentioned with Saturn and Neptune. So traveling, whether it's short distance, long distance, tripping around, neighbor, communities, siblings, cousins, relatives, extended family members, communication, technology, vehicles. That could also be layered in here as well. Meeting like-minded people. Letting go once and for all of something that no longer fits in your life. So similar to that 12th house energy, that could also have a feel around the beginning of the month. But really, I think the focus is going to be on, again, 5th house, 11th house situations. Now, I want to jump to that trine. I sort of touched on every single house. So this flowing energy started in middle of, I'm going to say middle of October. It's going to last until the end of November. 11th house, 3rd house, 7th house, where Jupiter is. So your Scorpio house, your Pisces house, and your Cancer house. That's where this big water trine is happening. So these are social houses, Capricorn. So it's blessings, it's harmonious energy, it's flowing into all of these areas of life, lighting up your relationships, lighting up your community sector, your siblings, cousins, relatives, extended family members, as I mentioned, transportation, technology, friendship groups, circles, your hopes, your wishes, your dreams, networking, finding a connection through like-minded individuals. It could be through love or through business. And relationships, Capricorn, of all walks of life. Business, love, marriage. I know, I feel like I'm repeating myself here because we already talked about all these houses. But just keep in mind, Jupiter is now retrograde. So anything new that you've brought into this 7th house, Capricorn, now it's about taking a beat, taking a step back, reassessing, looking at where you are in your relationships. Again, all walks of life, any one-to-one connections, and reassessing that. Okay, I think I'm going to end there, Capricorn. Otherwise, yeah, incredible energy coming in. And just keep in mind that Mercury retrograde. Again, anything to do with signing on the dotted line, but I don't think I need to lecture you folks about that. Also, if you're traveling, tripping around, technology glitches, vehicle glitches, the traditional things that happen when Mercury is retrograde. Also, this might sound weird, but your brain also might misfire because Mercury is retrograde in the 12th house, and that's the subconscious. So if you feel a little bit of brain fog this month, or like you can't gather your thoughts, that's Mercury retrograde. So take it easy on yourself as well this month, Capricorn. All right, enjoy the month ahead, my friends, and we'll see you back here in December. Bye for now. Hey Aquarius, welcome to November. Let's break down the 2 areas of life where we have this concentration of energy of the personal planet. So the sun, you also have a new beginning up in your 10th house, Venus, Mercury, Mars, plus on top of that, you have Mercury retrograde going back and forth between your 10th house and your 11th house, my friends. So let's break this down, and keep in mind, you have a fresh new beginning at the top of your sky that's also activating your work houses, Aquarius. I'm going to come back to that. It's the big water trine I mentioned that each and every one of us are going through, just in different areas of life. So your wealth houses are being activated, your money houses and work houses are being activated, which started technically in October, middle of October, and it's going to carry you right till the end of November. Okay, let's start with your 10th house, where you have a brand new beginning. I am going to jump around a little bit here, Aquarius. I have the dates on the screen here, so forgive me if I'm jumping around too much. I'm just trying to prevent myself from repeating myself and driving you nuts. So 10th house of career, reputation, your status, your public image, what you are known for. This is your long-term commitments and goals, the legacy that you want to leave behind. This is also authority figures, whether this is a boss or you as a boss, you as a leader, or it could be a mother, a father, or like I said, maybe you're dealing with the government or somebody in, or an institution in an authority type of position. This could also be endings and new beginnings for you this month, Aquarius, in general, when it comes to parenthood or changes or evolution when it comes to being a parent, whether it's to a child or a fuzzy friend, or endings and new beginnings with your parents, for example. So that's one example, or well, many examples, I should say. That's one area of life is what I meant to say. Sorry, Aquarius, I've been talking too long today. Now, Mars is already in your 11th house, I guess, depending on when you're watching this video. He hops in there on the 4th. Mercury is there on the 29th of October, so I guess it depends on when you're watching this video. He will retrograde back into your 10th house, though, on the 18th, and then the sun joins the party in the 11th house on the 21st of the month, give or take a day or two, depending on where you are on the planet. Now, the 11th house is all about groups and associations and affiliations. It's actually, the 11th house is connected to you and your energy, Aquarius. So it's about the people that you surround yourself with, like-minded people, people that you rub shoulders with personally, professionally, our friends, networking, rubbing shoulders with like-minded individuals. It's our hopes, our wishes, our dreams, our long-term commitments and goals, similar to the 10th house. It's gains from the 10th house, bringing them down into the 11th house. 11th house is also older siblings as well, Aquarius. So I think that's where most of your energy will be concentrated this month. And again, with Mercury retrograde, you're reassessing something to do with your career, your status, your reputation, what you want to do with work, or maybe you are thinking of moving into retirement. I can also see that as a possibility this month. Reassessing your friendship circles, reassessing who is around you. It's also reassessing your role within these groups, associations, affiliations, memberships. Like, are you one of those Aquarius that's taking on everything and doing everything in your friendship circle? Maybe it's time to take a step back and let somebody else take the reins. Mars in your 11th house is also going to help you cut and sever, or at least distance yourself from those relationships that are maybe not benefiting you anymore. Because the 11th house is about what lights you up and lifts you up. So with Mars in here, Mercury retrograde in here, or at least touching this area of life, I'm hoping you're going to be able to reassess those friendships, Aquarius. And again, if your friendships are fine, well, then it's about your long-term commitments and goals. It could be about an older sibling. It could be about gains from the career house, for example. And same with Mercury retrograde in the 10th house. Pretty straightforward. You know, what do you want to do? Do you want to keep plugging along at the job, or do you want to look for something a little bit new and different? Or is there also, if you applied for a job, jobs could be coming back around. Old jobs, old bosses, old colleagues, old friends, people you haven't seen in a long time. With Mercury retrograde is famous for people, places, things coming back around. Could also mean, you know, people, places, things coming back around into your conscious mind as well, like thoughts of these people. Maybe you're going to be the one, Aquarius, that reaches out to them, to a friend or a family member or an old colleague that you haven't talked to in a really, really, really long time. Okay. So that's kind of the concentration energy in your 10th, 11th house. Now I'm going to go back to the new moon here in Scorpio at the top of your sky. I like this energy because it is making a beautiful aspect to Saturn and Neptune in your second house of work. Aquarius, if you are looking to change your job, this is the month to do it. If you haven't already done so, apply, 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 apply. If you've already applied in October to jobs, you should hear back from someone this month. You should. Now, if you don't, on the flip side, don't get discouraged, because that's just Mercury retrograde. It just means that there's a delay in them reviewing applications or resumes. But once Mercury goes direct at the end of the month, again, it could be a flood of new beginnings coming into your career sector. This could also be changes in the workplace, or change up in leadership. Or if you are a leader or a boss or a manager or a supervisor, Aquarius, this could be, again, changes in your department, your team, your business, whatever your, I guess, work situation is. Now, if you're not working, how are you being of service, Aquarius? How are you contributing to the greater good? Like, do you walk dogs? Do you watch the grandkids? Do you, like, I would encourage you to reassess that. If you're not working and you're not really sure what your next steps are, volunteer, do your research. If you want to financially help out a foundation, again, do your research. This will be the time. This will give you lots of time to do that. If you're making any big commitments this month, Aquarius, I just ask you to gut check yourself, because again, Mercury is retrograde. So again, it could just throw in some snags and some delays. So don't let that frustrate you, and don't feel pressured to sign on the dotted line, because again, Mercury might throw some curveballs at you. So you want to take your time and review the details before you sign on the dotted line. But I do see some of you, like, something could be coming back around, something that you thought was gone and past and you missed out on an opportunity. That could definitely be coming back around this month for you. This could also be a promotion opportunity if you're interested in that, or again, new money, more money coming your way. Venus in the 10th house, ask for the raise, ask for the promotion. Why not? I would say why not, Aquarius? If it doesn't happen this month, it might happen next month when Mercury goes direct in your 10th house. Venus is going to be here pretty much all month long, so I'd say why not? Why not ask for that raise or go after that promotion? Venus in the 10th house makes you look very attractive to employers and also bosses, also your clients as well, Aquarius. So just something to keep in mind for the month ahead. You have a lot of energy in your public area of life, so definitely take advantage of it and make the most of it this month. Also, this energy is challenging you, Aquarius. So it's about stepping outside of your comfort zone and leaning into something brand new. This new moon is also making an opportunity aspect to Pluto that's newly in your sign. So what is Pluto all about? Well, change and transformation. He's asking you to get authentically true to you when it comes to your place in the world or what you want to do moving forward. Now I'm going to jump to the full moon in Taurus here at the bottom of your sky. Also, Aquarius, this new beginning might also make you uncomfortable. So get comfortable with being uncomfortable also this month. And I know I already said it before, but yeah, step outside your comfort zone, Aquarius. I think you'd be quite surprised of what you find on the other side. But anyway, full moon in Taurus, I know I'm jumping around here, at the bottom of your sky in your 4th house. So this could be endings and new beginnings on the home front. So moving, renovating, ending a lease, getting into a new rental or some sort of contractual agreement. This is about roots, ancestry, the past, your family, people that you live with and you connect with. This is retirement, possibly. Mother, father, authority figures in the spotlight in some way, shape, or form, or again, you as a parent. Now, Uranus is moving back into your 4th house. So, shakeups and wakeups might be on the menu again. Yes, I know, again. You've had this energy so long, Aquarius, I know. Especially if you have anything at the late degrees. Yes, I know. This, as I mentioned, it can be uncomfortable. So get comfortable with being uncomfortable. Uranus is here until April. So once April comes around, that's it. He's out and finally in your 5th house for 7 years. So you are at the end game of this area of life, Aquarius. Moving, shakeups in the home environment, family drama, family dynamics, children, grandchildren, you name it. Even your parents. Maybe lots of shakeups and wakeups when it comes to your parents as well, or you as a parent. So, Aquarius, work-life balance, I think, could be on the menu this month as well, because the lunations this month are in your 10th house and 4th house. That's why I combine the new moon and full moon in my forecast, because it really could be manifesting in both areas of life or one or the other. So you see the opposition there of this energy? Yeah, it's like home life versus work life. Public life versus personal private life. Downtime versus being in the spotlight and having to be on, so to speak, Aquarius. So just something to keep in mind this month. Also, the full moon, speaking of work and finances, is also making nice aspects to the nodes of the moon, which is in your 2nd house, 8th house, finances, resources, debts, loans, taxes, work, your skill set. So again, there could be a faded feel this month to, especially around the full moon, around the 5th of, the 5th of November, there we go. Connected to a financial situation, connecting to your home situation or home life or family, or a work situation, or again, possibly a new work opportunity coming in. or an opportunity to move, Aquarius, once and for all. Once and for all, Aquarius, unless your IC is floating in the 5th house and you haven't, a move isn't in the cards yet. But if you do have your IC in Taurus, I have no doubt you've moved multiple times since 2018. Or if you stayed in one spot, it maybe felt disruptive, restless, like you had no feet, like you had no roots to ground into, Aquarius. So that is coming to an end here. And last but not least, this water trine I was mentioning. So all that energy in your 10th house connected to all the energy in your 2nd house, Saturn, Neptune, the North Node, Jupiter in your 6th house of health, work, pets. How can you be of service? So you see that big trine there between all those planets. So again, flowing harmonious energy is coming into your work houses and coming into your money, finance, and resources houses. Now, if you're saying to yourself at the end of the month, oh, well, nothing happened, nothing this, nothing that. What I'm challenging everyone to do, because sometimes we don't feel trines, you guys, we just don't, because we focus so much on the negative and what is not working in our lives. So that's what we pour our energy into. And guess what? That's what we get back. That's what we get back. The challenges, the lack, the suffering, the nothing is going right in my life. But I'm challenging everyone to take 60 seconds, stop where you are and reflect on what you have in your life. Do you have a job? Be grateful for what you have. Even if it's a crappy job and you don't like it, you guys. I know it sounds strange, but be grateful you have a job. Be grateful you have money in the bank, even if it's $5. Be grateful you have a roof over your head. Be grateful for family, friends, loved ones, even if they drive you nuts. So I know, Aquarius, I'm sure you've heard this time and time again. If you sit in that gratitude, and especially for you, my friends, this is wealth, a wealth generating trine. This is finding your true calling, a true purpose. It's heeding the call, my friends. Sit with that energy, and plus Pluto in your 1st house. This is going to bring in greater abundance that you might not see this month manifest, but you're manifesting more than you know this month. Because this energy, like I said, it was with us in October, end of October. It's going to carry us into November. And it's continuous, like think of water continuously flowing, right? The energy is always there flowing. So if we get into a negative mindset, that's what's going to flow around. So that's what I'm challenging everyone to do for the whole month of November, at least. Because then I'm hoping folks will get into a bit of a habit of thinking more positively, more constructively. Like, how can I change my circumstance? How can I get out of this? And these retrogrades are going to help us with that. Jupiter retrograde in your 6th house, Mercury retrograde between two very public areas of your chart, Aquarius. And I forgot to mention, anything moving through Sag, which is Mars, Mercury retrograde, and the Sun, is pouring opportunity and energy into your 1st house, Aquarius. So whether it's Sun, Moon, Rising, or whatever you're watching for, it's about going after, again, what you want and finding what lights you up and lifts you up from the inside out and sharing that with the world. Also, for those of you interested in dating, meeting somebody new, it could be full on this month. You have Venus at the top of your sky. You look very attractive, not only to employers and interviewing and presentation, or making presentations or pitching, but you could find love at work or whatever you do from a 9-to-5 basis. But also Mars is in your 11th house, so you could find love in like networking, social circles, things like that, Aquarius, as well. Okay, my friends, that is pretty much all I wanted to cover for the month ahead. I want to wish you a wonderful month, and we will see you back here in December. Bye for now. Hey Pisces, welcome to November. Let's break down your month ahead, and I'm going to start with the concentration of personal planets at the very top of your sky, my friends. So Venus, Mercury, Mars, the Sun. You also have a new moon at the top of your sky. So let's start with your 9th house of Scorpio. By the way, I'm going to touch on the water trine, which you are a part of, my friends. All of the water signs are a part of this that are, I'm going to say, probably will benefit the most. The earth signs will as well. I'm not saying the fire and the air won't, but they will light up different areas of their charts respectively. But anyway, I will come back to that. So Pisces, your 9th house, where you have Venus and currently the Sun is there as well. So this is religion, this is spirituality, this is legal situations or legal matters, higher education, teaching, long distance traveling, ethics, belief systems, anything to do with international matters like foreign shores, foreign cultures, anybody or anything at a distance. This is dealing with people from all over the globe and all walks of life, so to speak. This is also the house, Pisces, of pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone, which I encourage you to do because, again, this watery energy is lighting up your 1st house. It's connecting to you personally, and also Jupiter in your 5th house of creativity, self-expression, romance, dating, love, attracting in a new partner, possibly at a distance. So that's your 9th house energy. I'm going to come back to this because keep in mind, you have a new moon here. You have a brand new fresh start in your 9th house this month. Now the 10th house, so Mars, I guess depending on when you're watching this video, Mercury hops into your 10th house on the 29th of October. Mars hops in here on the 4th of November, and then the Sun joins the party not until the 21st of the month. So Pisces, this makes you razor focused on your career, your reputation, your status, the legacy that you want to leave behind, or this could also be thoughts of changing careers or moving into retirement, of course, depending on your age, changing up the career in some way, shape, or form. One thing I'm going to throw out there, Pisces, before I forget, Mars coming together with Mercury in your 10th house. Watch what you say. Watch what you put out there, whether it's online or social media, or you blast your boss or you blast a coworker. Not the best energy for that, my friends. You'll be tempted. We all are going to be tempted, by the way, because we're all having this conjunction of Mars and Mercury somewhere in our charts. And I know, Pisces, there's probably some people that deserve to be blasted. But anyway, I just wanted to put it out there just as a cautionary note. But if you're in sales or marketing, or if you're an entrepreneur or business owner, my goodness, Pisces, this is going to make you so sharp, so intelligent, like you will be able to schmooze anybody you want, especially when Venus joins the party at the end of the month. But I'll talk about that next month. But Pisces, like, pitch yourself, launch something, with a caveat, Mercury's retrograde though. So, but if you do have to launch something, the energy is good. Again, you got this water trine supporting you. The only snag is, yes, Mercury retrograde. That can be a pain in the butt. It's like tech glitches, travel glitches, miscommunications. So that's what I mean, Pisces. This month is a little bit of a double-edged sword because you have this great energy at the top of your sky that I want you to take advantage of. But then, of course, we have to have Mercury retrograde. Of course. Well, because why not? But the good thing is when Mercury is in Scorpio, he is making incredible aspects to you, Pisces. So that is still good news. That is still on your side, so to speak. But again, just anyway, you do you, Pisces. I don't want to preach about it. It is what it is. We can't really dance around these Mercury retrogrades. If you have to launch something or do something big this month, just be prepared for hiccups. Like I said, glitches or things like that. You know what? It's a good icebreaker, right? If you're making a presentation and something goes sideways, well, I don't know, start talking about your hobbies, or I don't know, your dog or your cat or your kids or whatever, because I feel like, Pisces, you'll really be able to connect with people emotionally, which again is going to help get that buy-in that you're possibly looking for this month. So with all that nattered off, that's where I think a lot of your focus and energy will be this month, and reassessing what we talked about in the ninth house: spirituality, spiritual pursuits, religion, ethics, belief systems, traveling, educational pursuits, mentoring, teaching, coaching, training, or reassessing your career. What is it that you want in your career or out of your career, or what are your next steps? Or is it more work-life balance? Do you want to bring in more of that work-life balance, Pisces? Okay, so back to the new moon. Yes, you have a new beginning, a fresh new start in your ninth house. If you have anything around 28 degrees of Pisces, this is going to add in that additional layer. So if it's your rising sign, it could be a relationship, business, love, or otherwise, a contractual agreement, a brand new fresh start when it comes to relationships with an employer, a client, a business associate, or love, or a new relationship, for example. If it's your sun sign, again, it could have something to do with your career. If it's your moon, it's something to do with the home front, or new beginnings with one of your parents, if they are still with us. I love that this new moon is making a trine to Saturn and Neptune in your sign. So again, crystallizing something here at the top of your sky and bringing it, this energy is going to help you bring it into form, your hopes, your wishes, your dreams. Again, this is the house of the gods, if I didn't already mention that. Ninth house is the closest to the gods. So it's bringing that in to form into reality. And Saturn and Neptune is going to help you before they move out of your sign. Saturn is now direct, or will be direct this month. Neptune is still retrograde, but that's okay. But these heavy hitters are, again, a game changer. And you only have a few more months of this energy, Pisces. Don't worry. Light is at the end of the tunnel, and they'll move into your second house in early 2026. It's also opposing Uranus, this new moon. So again, there could be shocks, there could be shakeups, wake-ups, something to do with technology, how you get around, communications with people. Again, it's an education axis, so it's something to do with education, channeling, downloading, publishing, writing, coaching, mentoring, teaching, learning something new, fresh new ideas. Again, this Uranus has been here since 2018. So he's wrapping something up here, Pisces, once and for all, before he leaves this area of your chart in April of 2026. So this new moon is asking you to rebalance something at a distance versus local. It's like international versus local. Also, yeah, did I mention? Yeah, I think I mentioned you could find love at a distance, definitely. Yeah, that could definitely, or you could find love in educational institutions. If you're going back to school, that could be a possibility as well. But love at a distance or finding love on the internet is definitely possible, Pisces, if you're interested, because Venus is pouring beautiful energy into your sign this month. So again, she's making you that much more attractive. So if you're an educator, a coach, or a teacher, publisher, writer, yeah, this is about reaching a higher, wider audience, going public with something, putting yourself out there. Venus, this new moon energy, this water trine energy is really going to help you take it to the next step, Pisces. And again, it might manifest this month and it might not, because it might be wrapped into this new moon energy, which sometimes doesn't manifest right away, but it will manifest in the months ahead. Okay, I'm going to jump down to the full moon now in your third house. Again, third house, ninth house energies are being highlighted here. So the third house is about the mind. It's how you communicate. It's how you chew on information and digest information. It's educational pursuits. It's transportation, how you get around. It's siblings, cousins, neighbors, neighborhoods, relatives. It's your local vicinity, your local community. So your local city, town, state, your local place of living. It's also social media, the internet, and short distance traveling. But Pisces, it could manifest as either or. That's why in my monthly videos, I combine the new moon and the full moon, because they really could manifest in both areas of life or just one area of life. Because the point is, it's pouring energy into both sides of the pie here, so to speak. And they're usually connected. Like third house, ninth house is usually connected in some way, shape, or form. Just like the 10th house, fourth house, the first house, the seventh house. They're the opposite side of the street of us, so to speak, is always connected in some way. So I find, this is just my 2 cents, around lunations, as long as they're in the same axes, it could manifest as either or. And again, it depends on how this is touching your planet's placements points as well. That adds in another layer on top of what I'm yakking about right now. So Pisces, what are full moons, endings, and culmination points? Or next chapters with regards to a third house situation or a ninth house situation that we already talked about. Now this full moon, again, if you have anything around 13 degrees Pisces, this is going to add in that extra layer of, you know, changes on the career front, changes in the workspace, changes to you as a leader or your boss or an authority figure in your life, mother, father, authority figures, changes to your identity, changes in a relationship. It could be love, it could be business, it could be anything to do with your one-to-one connections. So how is this full moon and new moon touching your chart personally? Now the full moon is making an incredible aspect to the nodes of the moon. North node is in your sign, south node is in your relationship sector. So again, opportunities coming in from that third house, brushing up your skill set, polishing up your talents, your skills, your abilities, advertising, marketing, sales could be on point this month for you, Pisces. Faded endings, faded new beginnings, faded encounters with individuals, new people, people going by the wayside. That's okay. I'm not saying everybody's going to leave your life, Pisces, but it's a possibility. You have the south node in your 7th house. So naturally, there is a relationship that needs to disintegrate, so to speak, and end. Could be a contractual agreement. It could be a client. So again, apply this to your life and your circumstances, Pisces. Okay. Last but not least, my friends, this incredible water trine, which I pretty much touched on the 9th house enough. So I think you know the energy of the 9th house. Touching your 1st house, pouring into that 1st house. So your identity, Pisces, how you show up in the world. It's the glasses, the lenses that we wear. It's the physical appearance of the body, a physical transition possibly that you maybe have already gone through with Neptune in your 1st house. I have no doubt, Pisces, there's a part of you that has melted away and been washed away by Neptune. But Saturn is there and has been there since March of 2023 to help you rebuild yourself, to help you get back into shape. Saturn in the 1st house, by the way, is incredible for diets, because Saturn will help you, again, shrink the waist down. He's the restrictive planet. But in a way, if you're looking to change up your image, Saturn will help you do that. And then Neptune will help you experiment with your image. So you might have been already, again, you might have already done this, but I'm just trying to explain some of the ongoing first house energy that's pouring into your life. First house is anything, like it touches all areas of life. So again, career, reputation, your status, retirement, home life, your relationships, and your connections to other individuals. Now, the other part of the trine is Jupiter in your 5th house, who's now retrograde. Now, Jupiter is your traditional ruler, whereas Neptune is your modern ruler. Again, Pisces, this is potent for you because you have both rulers on your side, so to speak. Both of them are retrograde, so it is more of an introspection, but still, this flowing water trine is going to continue to light you up and lift you up for the month ahead. Now, the 5th house is all about romance and dating and self-expression and creativity and joy and uplifting energy. If you have a side hustle, or maybe you started a side hustle with Jupiter popping into your 5th house, because Jupiter wants to expand this area of life. Or like I said, it could be about a love pursuit, romance, dating, or a creative project. Or Jupiter in the 5th house is pregnancy as well. Could be bringing in the joy of having a family, having children, so to speak. So all of this energy, Pisces, I know I've been talking a lot, but it's flowing, constantly flowing. It's connecting your 9th to the 1st to the 5th. These are life houses, like fresh new beginnings, fresh new starts. It's like, what do you want to be when you grow up, Pisces? I might have said that to you multiple times if you've been following me for a while. But I love this energy for you. It's going to be with you for the entire month. It's about focusing on what you have currently in your life right now. I'm challenging everyone to take a beat, to take a step back, and be grateful for what you have right now in your life. A pet, a loved one, a partner, a roof over your head, money in the bank, even if it's $5. Having your favorite coffee shop just a walk away. Loving your environment where you're living, your community, your neighbors, whatever the case may be, Pisces. It's about sitting in that energy. And then guess what? You're just going to attract more of that beauty and intensity back into your life. So Pisces, that is pretty much all I wanted to chat about for the month ahead. So enjoy, and we'll see you back here in December. Bye for now.